Well,
Now you
I'm
gotta do it again. No, no, it's up to
proud.
Opal.
Gonna try to do my best. Well, so last time we had a lot of shit go down. So we were still kind of recovering from getting the shit kicked by a couple of drow who used to be friends of Mara, but sort of still friends, but not really. One of them she really hates. One of them she really hated, but they got eaten by a dinosaur. But anyhow, we ended up coming to a sort of agreement, so, at least a mutual understanding, if you will. And after coming to this understanding, we agreed to meet at the inn for the night, at night, which makes sense. And then we all tried to reconvene. We hunted down some objects that we might need. Personally, a big fan of this new staff. Pretty handy. It's got, nice engraving and all that good stuff. I believe we obtained a ruby. Um, Marana sold the creepy hand finally. We've had it forever and never used it for anything, so at least like that thing's gone. Uh, and Nefs, while we were all doing our thing, Nefsus kind of uh, was enjoying uh, a spirited afternoon, if you will. Uh, and proceeded to you know he I know at one point he went to the uh what was it, the brothel uh that I can't remember the name of today, but yeah, you all
The
know what. Mm,
unquenchable fires Bordella.
thank you, the unquenchable fires bordella. And he went there and he spoke with with the head priest and uh provided heads uh
Give out a lot of heads of
to
Bordello, yeah.
lot of head of the bordella. And anyway, and inform them that, the catacombs, or the quarry, or the what is the word for that? Why can't I think of that today? Anyway, the place we went where the Sahagin were, that's cleared and they're free to go clean that up and, get it operational again. Uh, After which we reconvened, kind of discussed a little bit of a plan to uh, try to figure out what to do going forward. And the plan we made was to uh, join forces uh, with the Drow. But as we were getting ready to do this, we heard about a letter that had arrived at the mansion. So we returned to the mansion to investigate the letter, and it was from none other than our. Well, we really didn't know who it was from, but we kind of assumed it was from Cobram or someone of that ilk. And so we decided to pursue that lead after much deliberation, and with the help of the Drow, who we hired at a cost of, I believe it was 300 gold uh, for the day. Marana's going a little, give or take. So anyway, so we traveled together, and when we got close, we split up. Where the Drow kind of went around and flanked the building and prepared to enter on a signal, or to signal us if they were preparing to enter. They did not, and we but before we get to that, we met Norman, who's a very lovely skeleton, well dressed, well spoken, an absolute respectable gentleman. I very much appreciate that. Uh, and
Just
who
as a
brought
reminder,
us
everyone's
in.
favorite.
Yeah, of course, we need to see it. Uh, did did I recall him having a bow tie? Oh, he did not. He had a neckerchief. That's perfectly fine. As long as it's not a bolo tie. Nobody likes a bolo tie. So led us into the mansion of Cobram the Putrid, who uh, invited us to a meal and offered us something very tempting. So a one wish for each of us. That was it. Just one wish. And clearly we're greedy bastards because we said fuck no, and we ended up wailing on his old ass, and he died. But before he died, he pled to the Waterlord, and uh, the Waterlord heard his plea and transformed him into some fleshy being of horrific uh, countenance known as Cobram the Lonely. Uh, and anyway, That shit was scary. It had long arms. It poked me full of holes. I'm still not well. I'm only marginally well. Uh, Seeing my body go near lifeless once again, Marana screamed bloody murder and uh, Eldritch blasted her way through this creature once and for all. Um, Norman was a little put off by that, but not terribly, I suppose. I mean, skeleton and all. Um, the Drow were very upset with us, Kelleran in particular, thinking that we owed quite a significant amount more than we originally agreed upon. And that's about where we left it, as I recall.
That is correct.
Did I miss anything
And
important? I don't think so. I think I got it all. All right.
as far as I remember, sounds good. Uh,
Vivesh died.
Vivesh died.
oh yeah.
Oh, I very
Wow. Wow.
Well, cringe.
that is uh
Uh,
and I would have kindly request we all take a moment of silence for Vivesh.
In my notes,
that's
I
a good
have
moment.
in all capital letters, spanning like 2 lines, Vivesh died! And then like scribbled hastily in, fucking kill Cobram the Lonely. I'm gonna skewer his stupid, dirty face with his own harpoon and use them as toothpicks.
uh, well, yep. Oh, and then you also found a fun little letter. But that's that's more of like in this session for you guys to talk about. But whew, as we return back to where we left off, the mercenaries are licking their wounds with specifically with Kelleran having the help from Marana. He's sort of getting all aided back up. The rest of you are doing whatever you would like within the crypt. But before you, I mean, not the crypt, the mansion, manor, estate, whatever I called it, all the same thing, I guess. And through this, as you're like, getting prepared to do that, Kelleran kind of pushes himself to his feet. He's like, "Well, that was a contract. Let's get that first payment, and then we'll come back later for that extra 300." And he gives you a wink and starts to weakly limp towards the rest of his group. Gathers them all up, and now I suppose we can meet you back in Greymouth, or what's the plan here? You guys have the payment on your cart, which is with you, so I assume you could pay him, and then he could go wherever he's gonna go. Or have you guys already marked that off? Let's go look.
We haven't paid him already
Right.
yet. I'm assuming. I mean, I did receive healing, but I don't know how. I went from conscious to unconscious and back to conscious about 7 times during the fight. I don't know. I'm going to assume that I'm pretty much not in a negotiated kind of state of mind, most likely.
You're fucked up, and you're like all that your senses are, especially with the hearing, is just boom, 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 boom,
All
and that
right,
is almost making your vision, quote unquote, shaky.
I'm just gonna kind of ask Norman. Norman, you did say something about this was just the first course.
If an undead skeleton could smile, you get the sense that he would be smiling, and
We
he
take
says,
those.
"Yes, this was the first. Would you like? Well, there was this, and then dessert. Would you like the dessert?"
I'm just gonna kind of give a weak ass thumbs up and then just like lay on this table.
Very well. I will return shortly. It should be done momentarily. As he runs off back to the bones off to the kitchen. Is there anything anyone else like to do before?
Sorry to interrupt, but I can't seem to get in my character sheet.
By design. You're not allowed to use it anymore. It's
I
too
don't think
strong.
he's on the map. He's not at the top.
Top.
I see OFMMM.
Oh,
Oh,
my internet is.
I'm kicking you.
On the fritz.
Yeah, I've had a few moments of just cutting out.
I kicked you from the game, so go ahead and like close out all your browser and like relog in, because you might not have really been in here.
Yeah,
Ah,
that storm
just-
weather to get in here.
Yeah, that
Yes.
West Coast storm,
Yep, over here in Oregon, where it's
that West Coast hurricane. Ah,
polished.
let me know if your problem doesn't persist after re-configuring. But
Yeah,
they're
I
on
gotta,
the,
gotta make sure I check out the kajiggers.
yeah, and we're also still kind of theater of the mind here. So as you're all kind of in the bottom layer of this estate, all the skeletons that besides Norman have gone to rubble with the death of Cobram. Is there anything you guys would like to accomplish before Kelleran demands his payment and heads off to probably Greymouth?
I want.
Can we get a count of the rooms in our new estate?
Yeah. It's now, mind you, it's nowhere near as nice as Evelyn's, a manor, but you don't have super legal ownership of that place yet, so you'd have a fallback now. If that doesn't work, you got this place. But the inside itself looks like it hasn't really been taken care of. You see that like Norman's quality of his dress with like the ripped clothing, the spider webs kind of intertwined without, kind of reflects how he sees taking care of the house. It's kind of got a lot of grime, needs a little precipitation everywhere here and there to really clean it up. And then you have like the little garden area in the back, which is like a little greenhouse almost, but it is putrid. The water is fetid green, and there are just dozens of hundreds of mosquitoes just like swarming around the water source there. That were very happy as Kelleran was sitting around there as you were treating his wounds there. They were licking up the blood. But one pleasant part about that is there are these two large bullfrogs that kind of just exist in this little like watery pond, just feasting off of this immense amount of mosquitoes. There is a let's see. So you got the. Let me actually go look at the map. There is a blub, 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 blub. Yes. So there's that room. There's the study, and there is the which you already saw, but there's the back like porch area, which kind of leads out to the rest of the grounds. You find a kitchen area, which you see Norman is currently in, and he is looks like he is currently pulling out this large cake that he is now decorating. He's like, "Oh, it'll be just a moment," and then in that kitchen, there's like a cupboard, like a pantry area. There is in the study, there were some bookshelves and such, but there's also a library which has rows and rows of bookshelves, as well as like a large like desk and seating area for study. There is also a small lounge just underneath the dining room, which has like a billiards table. It has a bar, which is stocked with questionable alcohols that seemingly have been here for a while, as well as like a little card table for various card games. And there is also on the bottom floor. This is the last rooms. The bottom rooms, quote unquote. There are also like two, almost like check desks like right in front of the doorway there. You would have saw these when you got in it, but they were kind of like boarded up. Essentially this allows if someone needs to check their code or whatever when attending like a ball or a formal event here, these kind of would act as like receptionists slash coat takers, etc. And then upstairs Oh, there's of course a lavatory on the bottom floor as well, and on the top floor there are mostly bedrooms. There's one master bedroom which very disheveled. It looks like it has like red silk sheets that are have filled with holes. All the cloth work here is just kind of tattered and torn. Dressers, etc., etc. And then there are a few guest bedrooms as well, equally disheveled. There's about 4 bedrooms total in this house, including the master. And there is a lavatory on the top floor too, in case you need to, make a deposit late at night.
Fuck, I have nothing. I can't get in.
What's your issue?
There's no
What's your problem, bro?
available. There's no available user to grab.
Okay. Real quick, before we really get into this, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the server and restart it, because that's a underneath the master bed.
Oh, crack that bitch open.
Okay. It's locked.
Yeah, one of Steve's tools for that.
Okay, make a thieves tool or a thieves will check. Yeah.
Locks his lock boxes. Bastard.
Yeah. What a fucking
I mean, how do
scumbag.
This
do
is
I
truly
actually
the face
roll
of evil.
I'll just roll a deck save because I can't seem to figure out how to.
Yeah, if you have thieves tools, like I think you can click on them to do it. But if not, if that doesn't work, you can always just roll something with that has dex and proficiency. Like you could roll an acrobatics check, for example, because that would
There
do
we
your
go.
dex
That'll
and
be
your
easy.
proficiency. All right.
Cool.
Takes a few minutes, but you eventually click it open, and it's unlocked.
Hell yeah!
You open it, and there you see a desiccated hand that is rotting away. But on the ring finger, there is a jeweled ring made of gold and inlaid with a stunning diamond. Stunning.
We sold
Oh.
one hand and we immediately got another one.
Hey, Morana, does this look familiar to you? And they pull up the hand. Oh, wait, this is probably the wife.
Yeah, I know this hand. It's my mother's hand.
Don't lie.
I'm not lying.
How can you
Am
tell
I- am
from
I-
just a hand? And that's your mother.
And it is rotted away, and the skin itself has gone green, and most places where the skin remains.
Am I immoral enough to take the ring off of the hand of his dead wife?
Opal and Marana are both there with you.
I will conclude that I am not immoral enough to take the ring off of them, so I shall instead hand it to Morana.
Hand
Yeah.
it.
What color is the
Hey.
ring?
It
It's
is a
gold
gold
ring with a
band
diamond.
with a diamond. And
My color. I take it off. Wait, detect magic is still up. It's not magical or anything,
no,
right?
not magical.
I slide it on.
Okay. It's a little
How slender
Small.
are your fingers? Small. Oh.
Oh, shit. I slide it on my pinky.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
but it does slide on, and yeah, it's a pretty ring. You can go ahead and mark down dead lady's wedding band into your inventory.
When you say it like that.
I mean, that's what it is.
Oog, in the process of searching this manor, were we able to find, in particular, the green wax and the seal that Cobram has used to seal letters?
Yeah,
That's something
that would
that
have
I'd
been-
specifically be looking for.
That would have been in his study, and he did have like a small like a this size cauldron of this like wax that he had heated up next to like where he was writing his previous letter. So yeah, that you did find a little source of that. And the seal itself, like the one he has here, is a blank one, but he does have a variety of different seals. He has some of various different symbols and filigrees.
Interesting. I would like to collect all of that. At least, I mean, if we decide to leave here, I would like to bring it with us. But if we stay here, then it can stay. That's the.
Okay.
Well, and are there any letters that have either been received and not destroyed, or in the process of being written and not sent?
Yeah, no, you already found one of the main correspondence like that. Yeah. And there's nothing else kind of remaining. But you can add to. I'll actually give you guys another house storage for funsies. And I'll
I love
name
it.
this one Cobram House Storage. Ralderiga. That's use his last name, make it a little more official. There you go. And
Wait, his last name's not the Putrid?
no, unfortunately.
Oh shit.
And actually, let me go ahead and put just to make sure, because it looks like property management's the name of the game. I'm going to go ahead and add Greymouth Estate Storage as well. So, to your Aldegra Estate Storage, if you're going to leave it there, you can add a new item there called Cobrum's letter set, and then maybe put in the description that it includes the cauldron of green liquid and the seals. Or you make two separate items, whichever's easier for you. You can do like cauldron, you can do the cauldron and then the seals.
I don't seem to have the power to add an item to this list.
Add it to your own inventory and then drag it in
And
there.
then, gotcha. Can do. So, sorry, say one more time what that was. That was Cobram.
You have two options. You can either do Cobrum's letter set and then in the description put the seals and the cauldron, or make two separate items, one for the seals, one for the cauldron. Whichever's easier for you.
I'll keep them together.
Yep. At this point, Kelleran's kind of looking at all of you, really, and just so well. Those of you downstairs. So between Resta, Nanan, and what's your name again? Nefsis. He looks at all three of you and just payment. I'd like to get back on the road. I need to go find somewhere to rest.
You could rest. We could try and take a nap here, I suppose.
We own this house now.
Yeah. Forgive me if this place doesn't really scream homely to me. Town's only a couple hours away. I'm willing to take the trek.
So, Kelleran, how keen are you on perhaps continuing this relationship? There's a lot done here that couldn't have been done without you, you know, your group.
Here's what I'll say. I told Marana, but I will require a little more payment than what was asked. However, given the suddenness of this change in difficulty of this contract, I don't expect you to pay it immediately. So, once you can pay that extra 300 gold on top of the 300 gold you owed me, 600 total, then we can negotiate continuing this relationship.
Hey. Alright, I'll go, I guess, come with me. I'll
He
get...
nods. And he follows you, and you just go to the cart and give him his money?
Yeah.
All right. He takes it and he
is-
nods.
What's this? Is there any way, let's see. I could help out later, but I don't think we have a use for it. We have this, thing?
He just tilts his head.
I pull out a scale.
Of what?
The balance of harmony.
Oh, that thing. Holy shit. I forgot
Don't you
about
give
that
away
thing.
my shit. Don't you give away my shit. I'm not there, but don't
You're
you
not
give
there.
away my shit.
The balance of harmony. Holy shit, that's that item you guys got in the first dungeon and have never used? Sick. It is an uncommon item, so let me check my price guide here.
I mean, I suppose it's not technically mine, but maybe, you know, you could give it like an appraisal and see how much of that is worth your time.
He looks it
Give
over
him
and is
the jug. Give him the jug.
like, missing my spellcaster for this kind of thing. Any idea what it does?
Uh,
Or is this just a fucking scale?
I believe it's magical. I don't think they have not used it one time.
They've not used it and they never told you about it. It's just a really pretty scale for you.
It's quite pretty, but I think it has some purpose to it. Otherwise, I don't know why they keep it around. We also have this large jug. I don't know what this is for either.
It's, the
It's a
jug's actually
grapple.
mundane.
It's a
That's what the
grapple.
funny. Yeah. The jug is just a
You
jug.
know, it could be like a jug that fills with mayonnaise.
No,
Can you make it do that?
that's
Is
just
it-
it's my regular jug that I bought.
This is just a jug that she bought. It's like a decorative jug that she bought from the gray market a while back. I think you were you weren't,
I
you
don't
weren't
think
that present at that purchase, but
I don't think
you were in
I
the party.
could make mayonnaise come out of it, but you know, I feel like if you spent enough time with it, you can make a giant jug of mayonnaise, and you can like extract oil from it or like cook with it.
Yeah, I don't really got a lot of time for that. I think I prefer the coin, unless this scale is something special. It kind of looks it over. Like there are some runes here, I guess, but
How much do you think it's worth?
I'd have to know what it does.
Good enough. Good point. Good point. Yeah, it could be scales that rip the fabric of reality in two. Or it could just be a pair of fucking scales or something and doesn't do anything
Yeah,
special.
like these runes could literally just be to make it more accurate at measuring things, which wouldn't do me much good.
Well, Killer, here's the 300, I suppose.
All right.
And I have to say, it was a nice working with you. You didn't respond like I wanted you to, which is a little frustrating.
Yeah, my bad. I kind of got caught up in the moment. There was a lot going on. We took out some skeletons on the way up there, and sort of just forgot. That was
You know,
very
it's
unprofessional.
crazy the kind of the things that you do when you're in the heat of the moment, like, and like. But you know, I'm choosing to not be mad about it. Anyway,
I don't know what you're referring to other than this particular instance, but yeah,
sure.
it all worked out.
Been a pleasure working with you, and I hope that there are no hard feelings between the two of us. I hold out my
Oh.
hand.
Certainly not. We made up our differences not too long ago. He shakes your hand.
Mm.
I'm
And
glad
I
to see you're
hope
not holding
that-
any grudge.
And I hope that you'll keep an ear out for us if we need your help again.
That's pretty funny. Yeah. I sure will. You can find me in probably in Greymouth. I'll probably be there for the next few days, just resting and trying to forget the shit I saw in here.
Yeah, you know, weirdly enough, not the freakiest shit I've seen.
I don't envy you. But yeah, find us there. Appreciate the payment. We'll hopefully continue to do business after all this is, well, the rest of this is paid for. But no rush. I understand that how these things are. 300 gold is a lot of money. But if you can't find me, I'll leave word at the end for the night for a sort of drop box kind of thing. You can leave the gold with the bartender there, and next time I'm in town, I'll pick it up.
Right. Now,
We're
if
gonna
you
slide
excuse
the
me,
sack of coin under a stool. And
I have to
pick
go
up
more in
the
a
paper
dead pit.
Yeah. Yeah.
What happens if
At least it
management
wasn't a dead
changes?
one to use.
True, but in a way, she was one of us. Surprisingly enough, she was very dangerous. She's killed a lot more things, I think, than all of us combined at this point. Maybe well, Nessus actually, he's done a lot in the short
She
amount
was,
of time he's been here.
I could tell her poison was quite effective.
Yeah, a lot
Shame to
more
lose such a worthy asset.
than your assassins.
Yeah. Yeah, and Zestra kind of said, I'm working on it, but perhaps if you're, well, I guess she can't donate any of her venom now, but would love to have some. Shame. Yeah, well, as Kelleran picks back up, we'll work on that as he looks over to Zestra. Usually it works fine, but this last stretch of using it seems to have gone inert.
Maybe it's expired. Anyway.
I think that's likely. All right. Well,
Before they like actually leave, Morano will like kind of come skipping out the house, like, "Hey!"
oh, hey, didn't. We were just about to head out, but I'm glad you're here. Didn't want to leave without saying goodbye. And then Zestra chimes in, I did.
Okay, well,
He looks at her.
rude. I have a gift for you personally, but never mind.
She looks and just kind of looks curiously. I
Okay,
don't know what you would have that would help me.
a while back in the tombs, we found a book that was originally it was in Thieves Camp, but I couldn't read it because we didn't know. So it's another language, and it was about poisons. I'm gonna give that to her. 'Cause apparently she needs it.
She takes it and she looks it over, and she would be able to recognize this language. And at this point, Resto could have like translated that for you, but so we'll say you knew what the contents were because we did that wrong at the very beginning of the campaign. We were like, yeah, Gravekeeper works, but great. We looked at Jeremy Crawford saying Gravekeeper specifically doesn't work. Eyes of the whatever specifically don't work on Thieves Camp. But yeah, because it is just common. She looks at it. She looks at you and just. You can tell, like, make an insight check, actually.
Do I hear a thank you?
I'll tell you what you hear, but let's see what you read, more importantly. Oh. So, here's what she says. Paltry information. I guess I could make some use out of it. But reading it, she looks genuinely impressed by the contents inside. There's some stuff she didn't think of before, and she looks appreciative, genuinely. She just does not want to show it.
Of course. And I'll give everybody hugs because they're leaving, right? And I think last time I kind of like left and I didn't say goodbye to anybody because, I mean, I didn't want to, but this time she does. And she asks them, well, I'll do it in character. So why didn't you guys end up going to the dwarven settlement that you said you were going to?
Well, there were some complications. Kelleran kind of starts to talk. We had a contract up there for some time, but it seems like the target ended up getting captured by another group. We were after this guy named Fat Farlesbag, and he ended up. I don't really know the details. I just heard that he was causing the Dwarven settlement some trouble up there. He was raiding the areas and stuff like that. Some boring bounty hunting nonsense. And someone else got to him first. So we ended up not going. But, nothing too exciting. And as he's, finishing that, Loka actually comes up to you and she's like, before we go, I just wanted to give you something in case I don't see you again. I want you to have something to remember us by. And she hands over a little wooden carving of like a star. Just kind of hanging on a little chain. And she's just, I've made this in my free time ever since you left. I know it's not the most impressive of crafts, but I just thought it might, I don't know, remind you that you still have a place with us if you ever want to return. Kelleran nods and agrees.
Do you guys have to go?
Well, we're not going too far. Just going to Greymouth for now. But I do think I need some downtime after that. We won't be too far off. Alarica's in a kind of a tough place right now. They got the war with the Conclave across the seas. They got the impending orc invasion that they're trying to warn off. And well, the king's sick. Plenty of times for conflict, plenty of times for us mercenaries to make money. And then there's all this shit going on down here in Emberwell. I mean, fuck. Plenty of coin to make. We
Speaking of
might not go too
making
far.
money, you might actually be able to make some money in Greymouth. We cleared the undead out of the catacombs or whatever, but they still have to finish repairing it. They might need guards for while they do that. It would be pretty easy.
Might talk to the folks at the assembly hall, see what things they might have for a group like ourselves. Truly is dangerous with all that Sahagin that I heard about. I think maybe that's a good easy contract to get us back into things, keep our income coming in while we're recuperating. Might just do that. Appreciate the tip.
Okay, well, we'll see you when we pay you your
Oh, yeah.
second part.
Definitely will. And he gives you a smile. See, all right, you. Let's get off back to town. And he starts to trek off with his band. And Logan kind of turns back, gives you a wave as she turns back and heads off into the distance.
I'll stay there, which is going to be a really long time because they're like walking off. But I'll stay there until I can't see them anymore.
Yeah, it does take a while. But you're standing there watching them leave. Nefsis, what are you doing?
Nefsis is probably well, first he wants to look around for some like powdered silver.
Powdered silver. Make an investigation check.
Sure.
Most people were looking for valuables before, but who knows? You might uncover something that they missed. Fortunately, not too much comes up. There's not a lot of like ways of like alchemical substances or like an alchemy lab in this place. Don't really find anything like that.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
What about wine?
There would be wine in the kitchen. You wouldn't even have to make a check.
Okay.
Or
and there's some
either in the kitchen or in
questionable
the bar.
alcohol. Right.
He's gonna take a bottle. He's gonna open it. He's gonna start drinking. He's gonna take another bottle, open it, and pour it out.
I'm pouring one out for the homies. I got you.
And then Cobram is like goo, right? Or what is
Yeah,
Cobram?
he's like a melted pile of goo.
Okay. Well, then he's going to fill up a wine bottle with Cobram.
You do? Okay. And yeah, go ahead and add bottle of Cobram to your inventory.
You
It weighs
perfume
about
wine?
a pound.
Do not mix that up with any of our other good to drink shit.
No, I'll try to label it as best you can.
All right.
Anything else for you?
That is it for now. I imagine before everyone met up at the cart, he was trying to heal or help with the mercenaries.
Okay. Nanan, what are you doing with your time? Is everyone else doing their stuff?
I have Vivish. The greenhouse there is, say, swamp-like.
Oh, very much so.
I'm going to go there with my pieces of Vivish. And, just go into, like, the best reasonably, like, spaced, kind of cozy, hidey hole.
Yeah. Depending on how much you like water, there is the small, like, fetid pool of water, which is very reminiscent of your old swamp, especially with the mosquitoes, the frogs, etc., that you could just sink into. And you are, like, almost invisible because of how opaque the water is with algae and moss and such.
and I can place Vivesh pieces on like the edge of these.
Good.
Okay. I'm going to snuggle into the water and just
Alligator style, just like with your snout out.
look at the Vivesh pieces, and yeah, that's about it.
I definitely would have tried to find Nan after finishing up the business, talking with getting him paid. With Kelleran.
You roam around eventually and check every room until the point where you see just a little alligator and a non-snout sticking out of the water of the fetid pool surrounded by mosquitoes. The mosquitoes are like landing on her, trying to bite, but they can't get to the scales, so they just fly off. They land on you quite easily.
You alright, Nanan? I can see you.
Bubble, 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 bubble.
You might want to bring your head above the water. Nacido. Oh,
Half of her face is stained dark green from the algae sticking to it.
She looks like Barney, green and purple. Sorry, I had to.
You're gonna need a bath. Oh boy.
Smells like home in here.
Oh. How does it smell?
Like a bog. Very, very, very smelly. It smells like, rotted creatures that have just kind of gotten lost in the water here, like the smell of the water itself. Like very, very, very stagnant water when it just sits for a long time, enough to grow that just thick layer of algae and moss. It's not pleasant.
Yeah.
I'm sniffing all my hair. It's just. So, how, about Vivesh?
Which you see like on the edge of this like pool, just in pieces, like kind of laid out. The bits of her tail, the bits of her midsection, the bits of her head, just all laid out.
Oh, I guess it'd be time to. This is weird. Would it be time to eat?
Soon.
I didn't catch that.
Soon.
Soon. Are there any? No, that doesn't sound right either. How do you? Wow, this is weird. I have never experienced anything like this, so I don't know how to help. Are you? Are you all right?
I do not know. I don't really have anyone left from the old days.
Oh no. Yeah. How? How was the old days? I suppose. Is there anyone from like your old clan that likes you?
try and kill me.
Oh dear.
It's okay. You know, when I am with the LJ, I can blend in a little bit, but they are offended by the lack of color.
That
So,
seems a
you know,
little.
they don't like me, but Martin liked me, and Vivesh liked me enough to not want to kill me.
Oh, I like you. And I'm pretty sure that like Morana and Oatbowl, probably Nipsis, he's a bit of a still kind of aloof. I'm sure they all like you lots too. In fact, they probably do the opposite of try to kill you. It'd be like, hell, I'm pretty sure at this point we'd all kill for you. For you, not kill you.
We have killed for each other. Friends are good for survival, aren't we?
A bit. It's a little weird for me too. I'm used to being alone. Not used to the friends, I suppose.
When Martin became my friend, um, humans stopped being afraid of me so much. This was nice.
I'm sure once they got to learn how charming you are, it's hard to be afraid.
Charming. And when Vivesh became my friend, I did not die from giant snake. Yeah, giant snake. This was good.
Well, aye.
When we became friends, I did not die from giant flash gold.
I suppose I dealt with the aftermath of that. Yeah. You know, I feel like I've probably put myself in more risk since I met Olivia, so I can't say exactly if I've been safer because of it. But in the times we fought together, I probably wouldn't be still standing here if it weren't for you. I think that it's sad, very sad, to watch the past kind of disappear. But I find that seeing how the future can be, it's a bit more exciting. It can be a lot of fun.
It can.
Take you.
Teeth filled with algae and slime.
Take your time. I don't think anybody's in a rush to get back home just yet. Or to Emberwell, or Greymouth. Tries to call home at this point. How long have you been there? And I start trailing off.
3 days.
Yeah. Okay. As you kind of trail off there and the conversation kind of comes to a close, it's kind of everyone's individual activities kind of wrapped up, searching the house, etc. So is there anything else anyone wants to do? It's still 12:30 or so in the afternoon, so just kind of for the sake of brevity here, if you want to do any like macro activities, if you're going to sleep here or if you're going to head back to town, sleep there, whatever you want to do, what's the plan as a whole collective?
First of all, how was the cake?
Oh, the cake does eventually arrive, and it is It's decorated with questionable frosting, but it does, as you like cut into it and taste it, it does still seem fresh. It is like
I
a
was gonna say, please don't tell me it's like a sickly green color again.
no, it is black and
Wonderful
white.
green.
It's like a dark chocolate kind of trim, and then vanilla frosting all around a yellow cake. It's tasty.
I'm like halfway through the whole fucking cake, just like, like what?
Just more.
Well, not even that. Just like I feel like shit as I like push another piece of cake into my mouth.
It
Like
makes you feel
anybody
better.
walking through at any point is seeing me in the same state.
Yeah,
not
like the
hungry,
fur
but I'm
around the
still
mouth,
eating.
like covered in icing, like little droplets of icing all around the whiskers and such. It's very
Exactly. Now,
Yeah.
if at I don't know how long this whole process takes, and if we're planning to stay here for any period of time. But if we are able to take a short rest and I can recover my key points, I
hour
would
for a
use
short
them.
rest.
Yeah. So if we stay for an hour, I'm going to recover my key points and use them with the intent, using them all to use Earth and Elucidation to check all around the perimeter of the mansion to see if there are any like basement level things that might be hidden from view otherwise.
Okay. You start to kind of like wander the grounds. Oh wait, this is after the short rest.
This would be so. It depends. If we're
Okay,
gonna
okay,
take the time, that's what I would do.
Gotcha. Think about that. Talking amongst yourselves. But use the restroom because I'm drinking beer quite fast, and then get even more beer.
Would Opal be meditating at all during the short rest? Does Opal meditate?
Opal sort of more just like tries to be in touch with the ground more than like true meditation.
She is grounding herself.
Yeah, that's kind of the tenet of the monastic orders, finding your ground and yeah. No, she's right. That's exactly what I do. That's my whole thing.
Does that make what is it, ostriches that like bury their heads underground? Are they what you learned your
No, even
Like,
better than that. Way better than that.
Toph had giant
Okay.
moles, you had large ostriches.
We got giant moles of a sort, I suppose. Not ostriches. But yeah, sorta. Very similar. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to, if people want to walk in while I stuff myself with cake, I'm happy to talk about my shit, but
Want some?
alright, suit yourself. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so do we want to stick around for an hour or so, or do we want to like start leaving, going to Moongate? Like, what's the?
I am cool to chill in my little swampy water.
What did the letter say exactly the rest of found?
That the one of his companions is going to be finishing up business in South Scar, so I think we should go there as soon as possible.
Can you put that letter in party trade or something, or
Sure.
where we can all see it?
Let me see what I can do. Here's that letter that we got from him earlier. Here's this one. The unfinished correspondence is the one that I got from stuff and things. Also, Marana, if you need someone to read that book, I know Thieves Can't. I speak Thieves Can't.
Yeah,
Oh,
we kind of
that's
like.
solid.
I think you were like away while we said it, but I was like, it was kind of briefly assumed that you would have been able to like notice that, and then that's why she handed it over to, Loka. No, not Loka. Zestra. There we go. Got there eventually.
So one of Cobram's associates we know is in South Scar.
Okay, South Scar That letter is once you're finished with your business in South Scar, comma Olmsdollar will be a piece of cake,
Yeah.
or is it? Yeah. So
Yeah, it should be a comma there. He didn't enunciate it
right,
properly.
right. No, okay, that's fine. He was in a rush. He knew he had guests coming. I understand.
He had to edit it. It's still in the rough draft phase.
Oxford commas hadn't been invented at this time in history in this universe, I suppose. I understand.
Exactly.
Okay. Alright. So it sounds like Nefsus, any opposition to a short rest?
No, it's fine.
Then I think we're gonna
Taking
take
an
a short
hour?
rest.
Okay. All right. I'll mark off an hour, and then I'll pause time as you guys are kind of waking up from this hour. Go ahead and do your short rest stuff. All the stuff you need. Hour goes by relatively uneventful. Norman checks on all of you and sees if any of you need anything in particular.
Sure, actually, Norman.
Ah, yes. What is it? I don't think I have your name.
Oh, I'm Resta.
Ah,
Do you know if Corbin had any books on like psychic powers?
psychic power books. I can definitely take some time to scour the library, see if anything of that taste. Most of his tastes were eclectic, so perhaps let me take some time and I will look through his collection. Um, I will get to you before the end of the hour. And this is at the beginning of the before the end of the short rest or beginning of the short rest. Yeah. Roll a percentile die for me, Resta.
Sure.
For Norman.
Norm.
19.
back.
That should be 99. That dice was cocked as fuck.
We'll always adhere to the magic thing on the right. But as he returns, I'm afraid his collection did not pertain to anything of the sort. But, well, if I had skin on my bones, I would go out and seek this book for you, but unfortunately, most in society would shun me.
We should get you a hat.
That might help.
Might work out. You seem a lot nicer than other undead.
Yes, that is in part due to how I was created. Made to be acceptable in all companies, as well as mastering the intricacies of service.
Would it be too much to ask that maybe while we're out, could you clean the place up a bit?
I don't know what you mean. It is very clean.
Well, I mean, you got like the cobwebs.
Yes.
That's not exactly clean.
Would you say I am not clean?
Could be a bit more on the pearly white side, maybe.
Ah,
I'm sorry.
see.
That I didn't mean to be me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, yeah, I like.
If my appearance is not to your taste, we can certainly discuss that.
We can get him some skin,
it's like-
guys.
Run a feather duster through you or something. I think that'll do the trick. Like do that once every week or month or something, and you'll be spick and span, perhaps.
Very well, I will seek out one of these feather dusters and do just that.
Have you never dusted something before?
Since my undeath, no. I have no memories from before, so.
Oh, Coram did not keep his house clean.
I mean, aesthetically, this is kind of what you
This was
strive
his
for.
vibe.
and-
Cobra
yeah.
the putrid, he kind of like really leaned into it.
I'm going to ask you about your fashion sense, Morana.
Saint Norman, can you show me to the library?
Yes, right this way. And he leads you into the library. It's a collection of books. It's a library, as previously described.
Do I see any titles that catch my eye?
What kind of titles are you looking for? There's a lot of books here.
Okay, there's two things in particular she's looking for. First one is just like resurrection based stuff, and the second one is she's looking for, I guess it would be like myths or like accounts of people that have been like touched by otherworldly entities.
Make an investigation check. No, do. You look around. Fortunately, these topics are of great interest. Both of these are of great interest to Cobram, very specifically because of his, background.
Mostly romance.
Yeah, it's mostly romance. You do find a lot of different tomes kind of pertaining to myths and legends about, myths and legends about resurrection, about creatures that have supposedly come back from the dead, their accounts, stuff like that. Nothing substantial enough that you could really, learn much from it. It's a lot of it's something you've already read yourself, and kind of a similar thing with the beings being touched by otherworldly entities. This isn't uncommon occurrence, especially since the Age of the Outsiders began. It became more and more common since this current era. More and more entities from some other plane have been slowly touching and reaching out there. I hate that. I'm deleting it. Touching their
I got more.
touching touching individuals in in Agravar and spreading their influence to creatures on this world. But it's relatively all stuff you already kind of knew.
Okay, and so it's all stuff that I kind of know, and I know that this kind of goes into my like stuff, but also I was also looking into it for Opal as well to see if there were any myths about like anything that's kind of related to her eyes, like the opals or anything like that.
I'll say, because this is a different topic in a lot of ways, make another investigation check. This will probably be like, given the amount of time you have, this will probably be like the rest of your stuff.
Same.
And not the same. You look through. Unfortunately, in this library, doesn't seem to be a lot of like pertaining strange gemstones emanating out of a tabaxi's eyes. You find a book about like the rare races amongst in Agravar, and tabaxi are among them. And in the descriptions in this book, nothing matches like the unique presentations that Opal has.
Okay, and then I'll grab the Touched by the Grave book.
Sure, that's a book you find. It seems to be some sort of weird necrophiliac romance story. It has like a picture of a skeleton embracing a woman in the cover. It's very weird.
They're boning.
Yeah.
Bonk.
Why did he have this?
What do you think?
He's lonely.
He also has the hand of his dead wife.
Oh, do we know what the hell that thing was that poked me full of holes?
Uh-huh.
What the fuck was that? We did not ever discuss that. What the hell was that?
What is this not going to talk
You want to
about?
make a medicine check?
For myself, of the holes that are in my body, or
Just remembering what that was and what it might have been. If you want to make a medicine check about it.
I would have
What it
no
might have
idea.
re-
I'm kind of asking the group.
Oh,
I
true. You
just-
can't see things.
I think he's got a book on what you can do with those. Let me grab one.
Yep.
He takes resurrection.
How to explore your orifices.
Yep. Anyways,
And make new ones.
Are any of these wait? Are any of these books written by Cobra? Are these just
No.
his books?
They're all fanfic.
They're all,
I'd
they're
like to
all-
think that he's a
holy
passionate
fuck.
romance author, and that's all of his spell books.
That was his
no,
wish.
they're-
I wish to become a great author. I want to be an
I
I
Emberwell
earned my book
bestseller.
selling.
None of these tomes are written by Cobra. He didn't seem to have a lot of time to pursue
We did
his
see how
writing
bad of a
career.
writer he was.
Yeah, he couldn't even put a comma between Ormsdollar and
Idiot.
Actually, we do have an example of
Sounds
how bad of a writer he is.
Just what a goof.
Exactly.
What a goober.
what a goober.
All right. Well,
So
I
the long
would
rest
use
ends?
my I would
Oh.
use then
Short.
I would just
Short
check
rest
around the
ends?
perimeter of the house for the for secret
I like the long
tunnely
rest.
things.
Secret tunneling things? No secret tunnel. Oh yeah. In the short rest. No secret tunneling things.
Okay.
Nessus has a lot
I have
of
no
questions
key
for
points.
Norman.
You have
Uh,
questions for Norman?
Yeah.
Yes.
Norman.
Ah.
He has a bone to pick with you.
What
Do
is
you
your
have-
name, sir? I'd like to know if, as it seems, learned one of your party's name. I'd like to learn all of my new masters' names.
That's one of the things I want to talk to you about. My name is Nepsis. Do you have a sense of self?
I'm Norman.
Do you have feelings? If I was to rip your arm off, would it anger you? Make you sad?
I would not like that. It would certainly hurt. But my feelings are mostly tuned to making sure Sir has a good experience in the estate. So if that's what you want to do, I would not stop you.
Do you desire to serve here now that your master is gone?
Oh, very much so. Serve anyone who asks.
If I was to take your head and talk to your previous self, do you think they would say that?
I do not know. I have no memory of my previous self.
Could you speak with dead with an undead?
No, I'd have to make him undead. But I could do that by taking off his necklace, and then hypothetically, I put the necklace back on. But we don't know that. Can you tell me a little bit about your master? What was he like while he was here?
Gobram was a wonderful man. He was misunderstood by many, but his goals deeply resonated with my own. He told me to do things, and I did them. I could not ask for anything else from a master.
So, before I asked you if you had feelings and you didn't really give me an answer, are you mad that we killed him?
It is regrettable that one of my previous masters have passed on, but from what I understand, you fleshy things do this from time to time.
Okay. So, did he said he was misunderstood? What would he do around here? Just command you, read books?
Sometimes he talked to me for hours on end about his day and his worries and other things, but at the end he would always tell me to forget them, and I did.
Is that like a charm where you can't remember those? Or
It was simply a request, and I acquiesced at his request.
and if I requested that you
Tell him
remember
to.
them, you wouldn't be able to?
Unfortunately, no.
So no, you don't remember more than the day to day. What's the
Unless he
furthest your
told me
memory
to-
goes back?
Well, I remember much of the day-to-day, as you say, and I remember some of the conversations, but I do remember many of the conversations where he told me to forget, and I did.
Conversations. Do you remember people?
There were some who
Did-
came.
Cobram frequently have guests.
Not often.
Who was his last guest before us?
His last guest was, he thinks for a moment, a woman. Green dress, black hair. She came by briefly. She looked quite wounded. And Cobram helped her procure a way away.
You ever have a man with metallic limbs come through?
Not that I can recall.
Anyone besides this woman in the last, let's say, month?
Last month, no.
He's just gonna look at him, and he's very curious about taking his head and then asking his spirit, but we'll kind of just leave him be. Thank you so much.
All
Bobby.
right. No worries, Master Nephthys. It has been a pleasure.
He kind
I
of
will
like,
get back to my other
cringes
duties.
at the word.
He nods, heads off to his other duties. This time, the long rest is over. I mean, short rest. Keep saying long rest. Short rest is over. You guys have done what you have done. Ready to head out to wherever you're going next.
Before we leave, let's just ask, you guys find anything searching the house? Any silver? I was trying to look for some, but I couldn't find any.
We found a gold ring with a diamond in it.
Gold ring with a diamond.
Diamond, how nice is the diamond?
You can try to appraise it with a.
Tap, tap, tap.
Oh, you can't because you can't see it. Well, maybe you could with your sin. I don't think so. I think
Yeah,
impurities are
probably.
visual.
Eyes, diamond.
Yeah,
Blink,
like
blink,
impurities are visual.
Yeah, yeah, no,
More than like integral.
Is this diamond worth
I don't know enough
300
about
gold?
gemstones to
They're
like
just
touch
not-
it for sure.
just by like touch it, like does it feel like a nice size? You said it was a nice size diamond, right? You said it was. Well, you said brilliant, but
Oh yeah, it's very pretty. It seems mostly pure and without impurities, but the size is you know, I can't really
ring
make my
size.
fingers big enough. Yeah, I can't make my fingers big enough because it's like very tiny because it's if it's in a gym, if it's in a ring, but it is larger. Like if it was a modern wedding ring, it'd be on the larger size of diamonds for modern wedding rings.
As an FYI, gem appraisal is largely visual.
That's what I thought.
Check for color and clarity.
Yeah, that's what I assumed, but I didn't know if someone had like sonar, if they could detect impurities without the gemstone, like with like
You
a
can
radar
with
kind of sense. I don't know.
It would
I think
take
you
a
can with
really
X-rays.
sensitive. Yeah.
You would need X-rays, I think, to do that.
Oh, brain hurty. Well, okay, we'll say it doesn't work with your particular.
There's a book
X-ray
about seeing bones in
crystallography
his
is a thing.
library. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe that'll help.
I think before I climb out
Got a
of
bone to pick with you.
Oh, what's that enough?
just before I climb out of the water, from my view, I was wondering if I could find any like swampy herbs, like let's see, water mint or bog sage in the general vicinity of the
Make a nature check.
Puppy check.
Whoa. You managed to find both of those herbs growing kind of around the fetid water. Enough for, two quantities, two dosages or whatever. Whatever, what have you. Whatever measurement pleases you.
Moly.
like two good sized leafy
Yeah.
plumes. Cool. And so as I'm leaving, I'm just gonna pick those.
You do. And with that nature check, you gather them up, no problem. And you feel you gather them so effectively that they'll probably regrow within the next few weeks. So you can come back here and get more if you want some. So, where are we headed?
Probably stop buying Greymouth, or well, we have to stop buying Greymouth because we need to get Keller and the rest of his money.
Yeah, and also boom, 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 boom.
Boom,
Oh,
boom, boom, boom,
yeah.
boom, boom,
So,
We
all right,
don't
that's a good
have
question.
the we don't have the money.
boom.
I know a
Uh,
place that probably has a lot.
I do too,
Dude.
but I also know a
That's true.
place. You're definitely right, Nessus. I'm in 100% agreement that the thing that I think you're thinking about, that you think that I'm thinking that you're thinking about, definitely has the money. However, we've completed our task, and we are actually owed a decent sum of money, for sure, that we can
Oh,
then use to aid in your goal in the
do we
future.
want to travel back to Emberwell? That's like a
Or-
3-day journey here and back.
Is that so? Oh, like that would be a bit long, I think.
2 hours a hex,
Each of these hexes are 2 hours.
and our horses can only travel for so long.
That's on the road, mind you.
4, 6,
So you have to follow the road.
12.
Not
That'll be
as
about a
the
day.
giant eagle flies.
Yeah, day there collects. Where can our horses travel 12 hours without rest?
Maybe. They'll make a check to determine it. They follow the same rules as, like, you, but if you're pushing them at full speed,
I mean, from that letter, Cobram said they're very close to finishing in South Scar.
Yeah,
someone,
I don't
mentioned,
know.
someone mentioned an eagle. There is a messenger eagle relay post right here. Maybe someone could
We-
use the inbuilt mail system the GM made for one of its
Yeah,
purposes.
we can
knows?
write a letter and confirm that Cobram is dead, and we can just have them deliver that to us, and that will take them like 2 days. When they're probably a day back. I don't know how fast they can. I don't know. Is the mail system so good here that you could just have a package come back to you within the day?
Depends on how far you send it. And with the messenger eagle relay post, you know that Durana managed to hitch a ride from one of the eagles here to this post within a few hours. So it's and you might have to pay premium prices on this postage, but it might be possible.
We might. Why don't we send a letter and then we'll get our money hopefully within the day after? Okay, Nifsis, I know you're for it, but so I think I don't know if we can do that today. How good are you feeling, Nifsis? Like, do you feel like you could go like full nuke?
It, I did use some spells against Cobram, but it's gotta happen eventually.
Yeah. Are we all? It's not that we're. I'm still a little hesitant, but we could probably accomplish it pretty quick, maybe. I feel like
Okay,
ratting out every member of the association might be a little longer than we think.
Right.
Every member
Nessus,
in
I got a
Greymouth.
question for you. Rat. So Nessus, who is the highest up person in the association?
I don't know.
I was about to say you wouldn't know.
Right. That's my and that's I'm not saying that your motives are unjust or not your heart's not in the right place, because I actually, quite frankly, I agree with you. Organizations like that kind of freak me the fuck out. But one thing that can be very powerful in my experience is acquiring knowledge to further your goals and using your wisdom to understand what to do with that knowledge.
Right.
Now,
that takes time, and I don't have time.
Why is this so urgent?
He's just gonna look at Resta, and then he's gonna say, "You know, they see us and hear us, right? You all
Well,
get
like
that. They had eyes on us. That's how they knew about our meeting."
I was under the impression that that was just Ferrano, and I don't think he's associated with the association, but he's not part of it.
Associate. I like that. Associate with the association.
So, I mean, it's only Ferrano that knows about our meeting.
Okay. Well,
And
who's the one that gave you your shopping list?
You got a shopping list, Resta? Do we have to pick out something?
no, I declined
Oh.
doing that kind of delivery. Well, I haven't exactly declined, but I did try to, position it in his
emphasis is
favor.
not. It's like the edge of with that like last tone. I just imagine this instinctive. The edges of Neff's eyebrows kind of ignite a little bit.
So I have a feeling that because we're already planning on taking out the association, that was something we said we would do earlier on with her. And I've felt like I made it a good enough case for Ferrano that having a stable government would be far more in his benefit if he had the association removed without having to take care of the guard, your daughters.
What?
I might have been offered a job to kill Neftis's kids.
Well, hold on. Let's not
All
mince words.
14 of
Might,
No,
Might
no,
were-
14. Just the two in town.
but let's not mince words. Might have been offered or were offered. I mean,
About like how much money was it again?
It was
3,000 gold. It was 300 platinum, I believe.
That sounds right.
I was offered about 3,000 gold to put holes in the guard captains.
You took the job, right?
No,
Because if you didn't, then he's just gonna hire someone else because he doesn't. know
I
it's gonna be
didn't
taken
give
care
him
of.
an answer. I was like, I asked him to let me think about it for a little bit.
we
Just
now
got-
have a problem. Hold on a second. We now have another big problem. All right, hold on a second. You did not take this job. We just sent a party of bounty hunters back to that city where they
They're-
will make themselves known that they are looking for work.
They're not.
They're not gonna
I
take
doubt.
that
Yeah,
kind of
they don't
job.
do assassinations, from what they've said. In fact, they actually tried to call me scum for my line of work.
I mean, they.
Okay, but they just were talking about that they had a bounty in some dwarven settlement somewhere nearby. Just
Bounties
saying.
are typically made by like a legal person, not like.
All right, fair
Kellen
enough.
really only takes jobs if they like align morally for him. You know, not really about the money. It's more about like doing good, I guess.
It's also
They're
about the money,
weird.
but he does like try to keep a. He's honorable. Is what we'd say. He's an honorable mercenary.
All right.
Why
okay,
didn't you
all
take
right,
the job and tell him that it would take you time, Resta?
I don't even know if taking the job would have mattered. There's nothing really stopping him from offering it to multiple people.
That's kind of the logic I was following. I was hoping that if I put it on the fence a little bit, that he might like think she probably pull through. I've mostly been trying to figure out a case where killing them would not be the option that would benefit him the most. Because I would prefer to keep Rono alive. He's useful. And so far, he hasn't really done, from what I can see, he doesn't really do harm. He's a broker, not muscle, I suppose you could say.
Okay, so
The association is muscle. They're the mafia. He's just their gun runner.
Very glad that the person trying to kill my daughters is useful. That's really great. But I like having
I mean,
them
they're not the
around,
only ones trying to kill
and-
your daughters. The association's been after them for years.
and they're not going to leave town, so I don't really see any other option.
what if we get them to work together?
You heard her.
Tell
in the
me,
meeting. She does not seem
Nips.
like she's interested in that idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that his daughters are that.
Well, they want the association out of town. Pirano's not the association.
But he's still a criminal.
We're criminals, so
We haven't
Still
really
eating
done
cake.
anything. We haven't really done anything illegal in town.
we
I'm gonna.
killed someone and stole her house, or we stole a lady's house.
Who
Then
was
we
corrupt?
committed tax fraud.
Does that make it legal?
I think teleporting a
doesn't
kid
make it
would
right.
be
Somebody on the
kidnapping.
way into town.
When did we commit tax fraud?
We didn't commit tax fraud. We committed
When did you commit
perjury.
tax fraud?
We committed
Who said that?
perjury.
Did you say tax fraud? I didn't hear tax fraud. But did someone actually say tax fraud? Because I'm
Oh,
curious
wait.
about that myself.
Marana said tax fraud.
Forgery is the word I'm looking for.
I'm pretty sure it's tax fraud.
And Marana technically
When-
kidnapped that kid by teleporting him. It was quick.
That's definitely true. There's been a bit of a rash of crimes.
Correction.
There's been a noticeable
Correction.
uptick in
Marana
criminal
is a
activity in the
criminal.
city since our
Technically, I am
arrival.
too, but I haven't done anything in this town. I think.
Yeah.
You mean the...
I'm
Wait, which
starting to
town?
think your wedding was just a shotgun wedding, so it's not illegal, but it's dubious.
At best. There was also a disturbance of the
we
peace
actually
when
got
we rode an
married.
elephant
Oh no, I was
There's
talking about
also-
Resta.
riding the
Oh,
elephant
I
through
hate you.
town. Pretty bad.
I guess getting a...
Oh, the grey mode.
Wait, but hold on a second. Why don't we go to we know that they're going to Ormsdollar. Why don't we just go fuck them up in Ormsdollar? We can beat them
Okay.
there.
How
If you
long do you
really
think
want to
the
die, don't you,
association can
Opal?
wait?
Because we are struggling to keep you alive.
Just for reference,
Struggling.
you guys see where Ormsdollar is, right?
Yeah, it's south of Greymouth.
It's way over there, way
We're-
over there.
But we're passing through Greymouth first to get to there. So let's go to Greymouth. Maybe spend a night there. Or try. I just don't know if we're ready to deal with the association. Part of me feels like they have more power than one necromancer.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
do
I'm
we.
saying. Why don't we try not?
That
Why
is
don't we-
factually true.
I mean,
So I'm just.
if we can convince the Nephthys daughters and Ferrano that it's in their best interest, not even in their best interest, just
To keep each other
more-
alive.
peaceable to try to work together to get rid of the association than it is to kill each other.
That would be great. And I would need, like, either you or Nephthys to do that.
Why would
Because-
any of you trust Ferrano? Like he could agree to get their guard down and then kill them.
But
He
make
hasn't
him
sold
tell
us out
the
yet.
truth.
It'd be a lot easier to sell
He's
us
just
out.
holding
in
it
the
as, holding it over our head for the most opportune time for his benefit. Yeah. You know what? Good point. I trust him now.
Shit,
What
man.
if we take him and put the ropes around his hands and
Just
then
in case while they're
make-
talking, Nessus is actually going to sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but he's gonna real quick cast dispel magic on Resta. He doesn't know, but just in case.
No,
Then
yeah, that's. I mean, it dispels, but you don't feel any effect being broken.
and then with their arms tied, we with our weapons and things, and I can make him tell not lies.
Oh wait, I can kind of do that too. That's pretty cool.
We can
There we
Maybe
find
the
go.
scales
rules
do
out
that. Who
of
knows?
people.
None of you would know.
I just.
I can make him never tell a lie again.
All right. You know, you're so worried about your
It's
family.
powerful magic.
I'm worried about mine. If you hurt Ferrano, that could hurt people very close to me. That is where my issue stands.
Resta, I am sorry, but your life is hurting people, not theirs. If it comes to your family getting hurt or mine, I think mine's a little bit more innocent. Maybe not me, but they are.
And what if you fail?
Then I'll die.
And then they'll die.
At least I tried. Better than letting them die and not doing anything to stop it. Or maybe that'll give them the reason to leave.
Now, I can see your heart is pretty set on this.
I'm open to options.
What is
but
your what
just
is your
ignoring
plan?
it is not one.
Right, that's fair. But what is your plan? Then
I'm gonna go in there, maybe
in where do you?
into the burrow, and maybe try to use the element of surprise and start blowing it up.
And kill maybe dozens of people not involved.
Yes.
Real innocent in your righteous crusade.
They're criminals, just like you.
Well, I mean, it's not really a righteous crusade. It's more like a
Personal.
empathetic crusade for his family. So
We can't beat the association alone. We understand that. So, let's try and work both sides.
but we're not even working both sides. We just need to work Ferrano. He's not even in the association.
But we also need to convince his daughters that Ferrano is not a threat. If we have Ferrano and them working together, then I think we can probably take down the association with relative ease.
We could probably make an argument that if Ferrano and the sisters had worked together earlier, the entire situation with the Lord Mayor probably could have been avoided. The undead, all of it.
True. Maybe.
They were
I don't know.
displeased to hear that I was working with the association, that we were. I don't, and as much as you say, Ferrano is not a part of the association. He does work very closely with them, and he's an underworlder in his own right. We can have the conversation, but I don't expect it will go very well.
I guess.
DM,
Yes.
DM, do we have any inkling of how, first, just within Greymouth, let's start there. How many members of the association even reside within Greymouth? Would we have any knowledge of that?
In Greymouth.
Like on the let's say on the
Resta-
order of 10 or fewer, on the order of 100 to 10,
Yeah.
or on the order of more than 100.
Resta and Nefsis, both of you have like strong ties to this particular group. You could both make history checks to try to determine that.
Okay.
I'm gonna add a d6.
Okay.
Wait, I don't know if I can do that if it's. I will check.
Check for me before I tell you anything. I will say one thing though.
I do not have proficiency, so it's only 17.
Okay. I'll say one thing. Okay, well, never mind. You would know that one, the association is a worldwide organization. This exists far outside the boundaries of Alarica, which is the nation / kingdom you guys are all residing in at this moment. That being said, the individuals that live in Greymouth, the entire borough is notorious for being infested with them. The entire like district, it's so to speak, is not only is like this area is everyone in there is pretty much written off as a member of the association. This district / area roughly could hold a few dozen, maybe more,
So
up to
near
30 or 40.
Oh, okay.
Like 30 to 40,
We need
but that doesn't. Well, more like up to 100. But not too many of them would logically be combatants, so to speak.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
only like some of them are like forgers and just non-muscle types.
Mhm. Right, and we've already met, let's say, at least 4 members that are more decidedly
With 17,
fighters. Yeah.
actually no. With the particular knowledge you were digging into, the thing I was about to tell you is irrelevant. So go ahead.
So we already know that there are at least 4 members of this 800 or so person area. Now, even with the element of surprise, I just don't know how much we'd be able to accomplish. Like, we would need some plan that would essentially evaporate the borough in less time than they would have to react.
One thing you would know, actually, Aresta, is that this is something you would kind of learn from your general surrounding with these individuals. They're in Greymouth, in the borough, there are a number of gang leaders, quote unquote, that act as figureheads for their various, we'll say, departments, for lack of a better term. Yeah.
I don't know
Maybe.
if it's the best thing to level an entire district of the place that we want to call home.
Okay. So, other option is let my family die.
No.
It's not
I'm-
that black and white.
This is a good option to me.
You have.
I'm confused, Nephesis. Why are you after the association if it's just Verano who wants your daughters dead?
Seems like he works closely with the association. If it's just him, then I'll just kill him. I don't know if he made the contract, got the contract.
Okay.
He views them as an obstacle. But in my experience, what propagates business best is a stable economy. And you need authority for a stable economy. That is the argument I want to make. Is that your daughters are better left alive as it benefits him more from money. And that's what he cares about is money.
You said you
Just real
brought that
quick.
up to him before. What did he say?
He wasn't sure. If I recall, he wasn't sure.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought hard, because I'm into this a lot. But just for this, I assume we're on the road during this conversation?
Sure.
Yeah, heading towards Greymouth?
Yeah, and we'll set up a letter to the Eagle Relay port.
Okay.
How much does it
Yeah.
cost?
You're not at the post. Yeah, you're not at the post yet. But we'll hop into that as soon as you get there. But like within this conversation time, you'd be like halfway to the post. But keep going.
I don't. If it comes down to it, and I'd rather we talk first. And if he seems unbudging and wanting to kill them, and I will have no qualms. I will go to blows.
I'm willing to talk, but we have to be able to guarantee
Are you?
his honesty. Yeah.
Because it seems like you're just wanting to kill things.
If I get the hint that he's going to kill them, I'll singe the flesh from his bones.
Nice. Can I have the bones after?
No, Nanan wouldn't even want them.
That's nice.
Crispy.
Marana has a hard on for that. 100%.
Less nice.
I mean, that's what
Anyway.
the rest of it. I gave you the option. You said we would talk to him before, and I agreed. I'll still honor that. But I know my daughters aren't leaving town, so the stakes are very high for me.
I don't expect them to leave town either.
But we might be able to convince them that having a underworld presence in Greymouth that they can actually communicate with, that's not the association, would be worth more than not having one at all. Because that's why Evelyn was even able to do all this, is because no one was watching her, no one was talking. I'm sure that Ferrano had hints that Evelyn was into something, but he just didn't say anything.
And we might want as many hands as we can to make sure that there aren't a bunch of people, who could be like you, who just get stuck in that chain of being a criminal.
Me?
No, Nefsis. Some people might have just ended up there.
The thing I fear is that a lot of these ideas hinge on him being willing to work with them, and it seems like them being willing to work with him. And that's, I think, the crux.
And if he's not willing, then we'll take him down, and
What
we
if
still
they're
need
not
your
willing?
daughter's help.
The association is big bed in the city, yes?
Yes.
The ones who are the daughters want the association to not be there, yes?
Yeah.
Would it not
Hypothetically.
be easier to get information with some sort of informant?
Maybe.
Perhaps.
Let's try and talk with the reasonable one first.
Who
And
is
if
that?
she, the one that isn't as scary to be around.
You're still not giving me a clear picture.
Don't know their names. I'm sorry. I haven't really gotten a chance to talk with them. There's
What's
one of
his
them that
daughter's
has a bit,
name?
the- She's the one with the limp. She seems more open to ideas.
She
And
seems
if-
more open.
Yeah, the one with the limp. She's the softer one that doesn't.
She's not that open.
Or no, wait. Maybe it's the reverse. I don't know. Listen, they're not my kids, alright? I have barely spoken a couple of words to them. But one of them is more reasonable to talk to,
And you're doing
seemingly.
as good as me.
And if she is going to say that Ferrano is too much of a menace to society, then I guess I will take care of him.
So
I don't like betraying him like that, but
where are we gonna talk to them at?
be
Our torture chamber.
you know that's actually not a terrible idea, but
I might have a better one. You know that thing that you do with with where we talk with our minds?
this relies on me being the one that communicate. But I
How
suppose
how far away can you be while you do that?
miles,
How far away do you need to be to initiate?
30 feet.
Uh, do you have to see each other, or does it have to?
I have to see them.
Well, all right. Hypothetically, if we are able to set it up in a sort of discreet fashion and then return to the manor, and then be able to have this discussion with them through our minds or something, or you can do that.
I'm the only one that can talk to them, so I guess it had to be
Okay.
through me.
What if we didn't do it at the manor? Sorry, hold on. Wait. Okay, so they know we cleared the tombs, right? So would they have to go in person to verify and like check out the tombs? Because of places that Ferrano or the association wouldn't have spies, the tombs that were just recently filled with.
Ferrano was also able to scry on us,
Is that what he was doing?
He's got magic.
so the issue is that any conversation we have with them will be potentially spied on, even if we are sure we're alone. But if it's in my head, then there's no issues.
I mean, that seems like a nice way to have a quick conversation, or maybe not so quick conversation, but get the ball rolling. And then
I have to.
if we do that with them, then we can try the same trick with Ferrano. You go in inquiring about the gun, set up the telepathic link, and then we can retreat to the manor and continue the discussion, a little more discreetly.
Yeah, I can make a link with someone just from sight, and then it's up to a mile that I can communicate with them.
That sounds like it kind of fits what we were looking for. I don't know how wide across the town is. Maybe it's more than a mile, but we find locations that would be comfortable to sit in while you have that conversation. The Inn for the Night is right across the road from the Gilded Assembly. We could just be perusing the market in near the
I can-
burrows.
I can be comfortable in a lot of areas, so
Yeah, that's my point. So it doesn't have to be at the manor per se, but just somewhere where you can concentrate and do your thing.
Okay, so a lot to think about as we're kind of bouncing the dudes around, but it is right around our time for a break. So let's go ahead and take a good 10-minute break here. Let's all meet back at 11.
Oh wait.
Oh wait, that's right. That's how 10 minutes work. Yep. Yep. That's when we'll kind of return. So,
All right.
and just kind of while you're taking your break, gonna be thinking about what direction you want to pursue, so we can kind of get into that.
I know what Nepsis wants to do.
Are you sure?
It's getting hot in
I'm
here.
on fire.
He just
Could be
wants
that.
to kill everyone.
Could be that.
Fireball, fireball.
Violence is always an option.
That's a thunker.
Again, you're at this point just now getting to the Messenger Eagle relay post. You're right at the outskirts as your conversation is kind of continuing. Is there anything you want to do here for pressing on to Greymouth?
Just a letter saying that we confirmed our job and ask if we can get it like back today.
Okay, asking for like the most express postage you can get. Sure. That would just run you about
600 gold.
it's pretty pricey, about 3,000 gold. No, it's gonna be just 20 gold to kind of get it expedited. However, this is there's something I should make clear. They're making these terms clear that this is to expedite the shipment from this letter to the other relay post near Emberwell, but
Oh, it wouldn't bring the package back.
right. Like whoever sends the package has to make the same package, and if you wanted, you could include an extra 20 gold in there to like pay for their shipping to ensure they send it back, like with expedited shipping. That's up to you. It's up to you if you think they would do it by themselves.
Do we
It's just
have
an issue.
40? Do we have 40 gold between the 6 of us
Solid
or the
question.
5 of us?
You're pretty
I don't think
broke.
we do.
Also, should we include a drop of Cobram? I don't know if they need anything.
I don't know about a drop of cobram, but I can put a little of this wax in there. I probably wouldn't seal it with it, but just as, you know, to kind of connect it to the letter we found at the grave tender's home.
Do you accept 500 pounds of salt as payment?
No.
Shit.
Wait, how much money do you?
40 gold for both ways expedited shipping, 20 gold for one way, and then if it goes one way, they might send it expedited back, but it's a risk, so to speak. They might not.
I've got 20 gold.
I've got 20. I can do that.
Okay, 20 gold, 20 gold. And they like nod. Very well. That'll be hopefully just check back around 9 o'clock tonight.
Shipping and handling is crazy.
It's fast shipping with giant eagles. A lot of upkeep.
True.
Yeah, alright. So I guess we're gonna at least head to Greymouth and maybe stop by the inn for the night. And Opal like
2
shittily
hours.
winks.
So, 2 hours later, at the end of that wink, it was a very long wink, and you arrive in Greymouth up here
Not
back
very
to
Did
the
you
door.
open one eye just to wink?
Yes.
It was unnerving.
Can
That's
you
how she winks.
reverse
She doesn't close an eye.
That's,
She
that's
just
literally
opens.
what I did. I went like this.
It's almost like, what are you doing? I do not understand.
Are you lighting our way? I'm confused.
But you're out to the top of town. Where would you like to head next? In for the night?
The burrow's so
Yeah.
much closer. Let's just go to the burrow.
Yeah, you could.
I'm kidding.
it really
In
is.
for the night.
In for the night? Okay, 130 feet divided by 5. I really need to change the measurement on this scale to make my life easier. Divided by 5 equals 26 times. Wait a minute. No, wait. No, the scale was easy because it's like each foot is a minute. So 130 minutes, about another hour and 20
2 hours, 10 minutes.
Something like that. Yeah, right. Yeah, 2 hours. Yeah. You arrive at the inn for the night around 7 o'clock. You see.
Resta, are you sure we don't need to stop by the farmhouse?
Check in with the old hubby.
Rest of
Arrive.
starts switching.
In a tavern,
Hubby
just in
will-
time to catch a bard performance. Congratulations.
Oh, hell yeah. Dragon Age Inquisition Bard.
Yes. They got mixed in here somehow. You know, it happens. But yeah. I like to keep those things separate, but I don't. I used to, but I don't think I made it. I don't think I made this tavern one. I think I just stole it. I can't remember. I think I made it. I don't know. It looks like I made it based on the order of this stuff.
Plagiarism is
Oh,
still
well.
technically making.
No, yeah, it's true. No, I think I manually made the YouTube playlist, but I don't know why I included lyric stuff with not lyric stuff. Usually I like to keep that separate, but whatever. There's a bard. I guess it keeps those like a dice roll. Like maybe there's a bard playing, maybe there's not. But yeah.
It keeps the world more alive.
Yeah, but you enter the tavern. You see Stordal busy at work, serving as many drinks as he possibly can, and this is becoming your usual drinking spot. What are you guys doing?
I'm immediately going across the street to like, oh whoops. Going across the street to like try and find the specific. Actually, Nifsis, quick question. What's the nicer one's name? They're both lovely, but what's the nicer one's name?
Esmeralda.
Esmeralda? Esmeralda?
Yes.
All right.
I won't get into why I named her that. Don't worry about it.
Oh, it was you. It wasn't the way. Okay. It's fine. I named myself Resta. That's not exactly a great name either.
Back in the barding days. It's a long story.
Yeah. So I'll try to go and find them while also being.
Yeah. As you're heading
Get at
off, the bard from the scene is kind of heading off at exactly the same time, and she just kind of overhears her saying, "You were a bard?
Of a form, yeah.
Would you like to play next? I feel quite tired."
A little rusty, but I can maybe. But first, I think I'm gonna use the bathroom.
All right. Well, someone else is up on stage, but just feel free to take the stage if you feel like it. And she heads off. You're going over to the assembly hall to look for Esmeralda?
Esmeralda. Yeah.
You come up to the, you walk across the square, and you up the stairs. Doors locked. Seems they're closed because it's 7 p.m.
Oh, I would have just tried to look through the windows.
Ah, you look through the windows. No one's inside. They don't exactly live here.
Fuck. All right. Back outside. Go back to the end of the night. God damn it.
As you're
I was
walking
going- oh.
across the square. Oh, what's that?
Sorry. I was just thinking that as a point of note, Vivesh is in my bread box, and Nana's carrying the bread box with her.
I got you. As you're walking across the square here, just in the background, you see right around the well here, you see just a beggar dressed in tattered robes, and as you approach by, "Please, ma'am, spare anything you got. I'm just so
Aye.
hungry."
We'll hand him my 3 silver.
He takes it. "Very generous, thank you, ma'am. The gods bless you."
Wait, hold on. Does this guy look like someone I might know?
Right,
Does he look
blink.
like am I being scammed by a fellow rogue who's pretending to be a broke old man?
Make an insight check as you're like about to hand the coins over. Hard to tell. He looks like a beggar.
Well, good luck, I suppose. Don't
Yes.
spend it all on beer.
Oh, I won't. I won't. I'm gonna use this to get myself something to eat. And he starts to head for the end for the night.
And then he
Retta.
immediately goes to the fire Bordeaux.
How
Run this by me.
much can this get me?
As you walk away, I noticed he was the goddamn Loch Ness monster. That's why he asked for free fitting.
3 silver,
Buddy.
5 copper.
He's kind of walking a little bit behind you as you know you're a little bit faster than him, and you kind of head back to the inn.
I rolled a 1, so nope, nothing, no. Yep, I'm going straight back to the inn.
You enter in. A few moments later, he comes in. He goes to the bar, and eventually you like kind of watch him for a moment. He does end up with this large bowl of stew as he kind of takes it, just sits down on the table and just eats it greedily, hungrily, starvingly.
I wave. Give him a thumbs up. So what's going on? They went home. I don't know where they live, actually.
No.
Do you know where they live?
No, he didn't even know they were here.
And I do imagine you're all kind of like sitting around, like maybe like a large booth section here, where there, got all your room for all of you, and Stordal eventually comes up and you've returned. What can I get for you this time?
Well, I'm food for everybody, and probably a nightcap.
We could just get food at home.
I don't care. I'm hungry now.
God damn it.
There's food at home.
All right. All right. Let's see. We got some good oxtail stew.
Yeah,
Go
I'll
on
take
right
that.
now.
That sounds good. Bring me that. Anybody?
Okay.
Anybody object?
Yes.
Nope. Oh, what? All right, 4 then.
What else do you have besides oxtail?
We also have a nice pumpkin soup.
Okay.
Okay. We got some porridge too, but it's.
That was a glowing review of the porridge. I think I'll skip it. Thanks.
The oxtail soup, don't get me wrong, sounds weird, but it's really good.
Honestly,
Still
it's
has
pretty
a lot
dope.
of marrow in it, so it makes really good broth.
That's right. What he said. She said.
And the connective tissue.
Okay, then
is
I'll
like-
try the oxtail soup.
It'll blow your
5
mind.
oxtail soups.
Potentially,
I
you'll
like-
have like, if you let it sit for a while, you'll get like a gelatin, and you can eat it.
1 silver, 2 copper for the oxtail soups. And what would you like to drink? We got you want something strong? You want something weak? I can give you recommendations from there.
How clean is your water?
It's water, comes from the well.
Can I get some water? Thank you.
Sure, no charge. It's coming with the meal. The rest of you?
I'll take something light.
Okay. We got a few options here. If you're looking for something sweet, we got let me just tell you, because you're good customers and all. You could just get a pitcher of like cider, beer, ale, roughly for 2 copper and 2 silver pieces. Be enough for all of you.
Let's do it.
Which one? Ale, beer, or cider? Ale, beer, or cider?
Okay, ABC.
A, B, or C?
Well, who votes A? Who votes B? Who votes C?
Oh wait.
All right.
I was trying to give one vote on all.
We have no votes for A. Nobody wants ale. We had 2 votes for beer and 1 vote for cider. 2 people who didn't vote. One's getting water. And then
I can't afford anything right now. I'm pretty broke.
you're fine.
This is how Opal counts votes.
Where's
Where's your hands? Where's your hands?
We got one hand. I'm like, shit, I'm not the best person to count the votes.
Why can't you
No
guys just
votes
say
for
it?
A. No votes for B. No votes
Why are you all making gestures?
Y'all are
Right.
useless.
That was really weird. Like, no one's voting for anything. What is this?
I'll take a cider if that's the.
Okay, that's 2 votes for ciders. All right, then let's do ciders. Fuck it.
A pitcher of cider. You got it. 2 silver, 2 copper. Please, send me that money.
Put cinnamon in one of the cups.
Oh, which one? Oh, whatever. I'll put it in one. I'll tell you which one it is when you get here.
Perfect.
Okay. Mark off the coins. That'll be a 3 silver
3
and 4
silver and
copper.
4 copper. Yep.
Yep.
It's all coming from me, so don't worry about that. Anybody else? I know I'm Mr. Moneybag, Mrs. Moneybags over here.
Just throw all those coins out there. Yeah. He heads off. All right, and I'll be right back with those meals and those drinks. I'll bring the drinks first, though. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's just, I
and
got
he
the
heads
cinnamon
back.
for you because I know you like a little bit of heat with your cider.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's gonna take about 5 or so minutes to get your drinks or so. Actually, we'll see. I'll roll a check for store. I'll see how he
Isn't that
does.
just his favorite drink, Fireball?
Yeah.
Doesn't exist in this world because I hate it.
Then no.
We tried that joke last week.
Yeah, and I
Ah,
also think I
fuck.
said something.
He
about
also
I hate
hated it then.
Yeah.
Did we get a platinum from somewhere?
We got platinum very early on at one point.
That was how we were initially paid. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have one in my inventory. I think I'm not supposed to have it. I'm gonna delete it.
Good.
Weird.
Only 10 gold.
Good. Yeah, 1 gold's like $200, more or less.
Let's go rob Martin's mom.
Yeah.
True, we did. Martin's mom got a shit ton of platinum.
And now that Martin's not here anymore, she's not sick.
We're not robbing an old lady.
At this point, actually, stored all those come back pretty quick. He seems to have gotten these drinks pretty fast. Rolled really high on his performance check here, as he performance isn't the right word, but you know, whatever. He rolled a natural 19 as he pulls it back, comes back with a tray of drinks, and he hands it out to all of you. This one's the one with the cinnamon. Who wants it? Well, actually, 1 glass is just a glass of cinnamon, and here's a pitcher of cider. So you know, you pour that into the glass.
Cinnamon.
I mean, you said a whole glass. It's like filled up to the brim.
Yeah,
That's a
fine.
lot of spice.
Rusty, you should like try a spoonful of that.
Let's
Pick
do
up
the
the
cinnamon
spoon.
challenge.
Well,
2012 is back.
Are we
I
all
pick-
gonna? Actually, I'll try that.
I'm tempted. Morana, you
I
have to do
agree.
it too.
What?
Go on, spoonful of cinnamon. Let's go.
I
Fine.
cleaned the oxtail stew spoon, so it's like clean. I'm gonna go into the. I got a spoonful.
You don't
I'm
have the
ready.
stew yet, but you do have a spoon.
Okay, I got a spoon. Sure. It was dirty, so I cleaned it.
Licked it clean from the last patron. But yeah, you all grab your spoonfuls, and first
you I
it
was
was
chaotic neutral.
what was it before? Last time we were in a bar and played board games. We did like 2 truths and a lie,
There's
Yeah.
no
and now
lie.
we're on.
we
Now
should
we're
do
on
never
cinnamon
have I
challenge.
ever.
That's possible. That's possible. Up to you guys. But yeah, he's like, "Yep, that's a popular one around here. Take your time. The food will be right out in about 8 minutes."
Well, 3, 2, 1.
Everyone who's taking a spoonful of straight cinnamon, make a Constitution check, saving throw rather.
So, because I don't have to breathe.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but
Constitution
that's
saving
it.
throw.
Okay.
Oh, that didn't work.
Okay. All of you
It-
are like swallowing this down, and for you, Marana, it doesn't get like stuck in your lungs per se, but it does get stuck in your throat and like your just digestion as it just, and you all puff out like a plume of like orangish smoke, including you, Resta. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful.
oh, fuck.
You immediately reach for the cider to chug it down, which helps a lot.
normally though.
Oh, was
I just gave our whole party a new weakness. We're gonna smell it and be like, oh.
You're all vulnerable to cinnamon damage.
That's just
What
looks
is
at his
this
spooned out
spicy
cinnamon.
dart?
She's like, okay. Oh, my cinnamon.
I had to take off some lit. You know, I've heard that that's how some people take their Milos.
Or what now?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, you. Yeah, you ever getting given like a hot chocolate?
I've never had cold chocolate.
No.
It's like a sweet drink. You know, it's like chocolate with milk, and you get like a whole milk drink. And a Milo is like that, but with protein powder in it. And there was this one bloke, I swear, he tried to say that he drank a whole glass of this thing with 2 tablespoons of milk.
I don't know what this Milo stuff is, but that sounds nasty.
Basically, it's like he chewed a bunch of Ovaltine. You never had that.
Don't ever utter those words in this ever again.
It's a sacred place.
Chewed over.
That's
Gross.
I
So
don't know
Alright.
what milk is. I don't know what chocolate is, and I don't know what protein powder is.
You don't know what milk is.
I know
was
what
asking
milk
you.
is. I just it's white water.
Not
It's not far off.
That can be
necessarily.
described to a lot of things.
Shut up. Not necessarily. It's like. You know what a cow is?
Says the person asking the person that dresses the cow.
It's like a very large alligator.
Kinda.
A
More people die.
little.
More people die from cow attacks than alligator attacks. So
There's more cows than alligators.
They're incredibly dangerous beasts.
True, they are also nowhere near as stupid as people think they are.
They enjoy music, jazz in particular.
Wait, is that true?
Oh my God! Yeah. Well, all right. Well, while you guys do that, I'll send a thing. But what?
the
Okay,
cow
so
fact page.
yeah, so we couldn't find. They weren't at the assembly hall because it's night time, I presume. So, do we know? You don't know where they live. You don't know where they. I certainly don't.
I could try to find them.
We should
that-
break into their house.
That would probably
Just
take me all
surprise
night.
them.
We could also just maybe try to gather. We could talk to people here. Maybe see if we can find some other important information. Get a night's rest, and then just go see them in the morning when they'll be at work.
That's
guess
probably
break into
going
their
to be
house.
the better thing. You know, I could, like I said, probably find them. There's only so many houses in this
We
place.
should- We should send Resta to break into their house and then stand
going to
over
break-
them with a weapon. So it's like, see how easy it would be for someone to kill you. You should leave.
Yeah, that's a great way to show someone.
The stews arrive right at this. Like, I don't know if you're planning on killing somebody, but I mean, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear it. Here is your oxtail stews. Enjoy. They're
not
still
planning on
piping hot.
we're not planning on killing anybody, but just out of curiosity.
Oh
how
yeah,
do you feel-
totally. He gives you a wink.
How do you feel about your boss? Cool
You
guy,
know,
bad guy?
I've already told you about how I feel about him, and like, you know, he's
How
great.
do you really feel? Like, you know, he ever make you feel like you're incompetent or not worth the excellent service that you give?
You know, here's the stew, and you know, like, just try not to eat it too fast. It's hot. Don't burn your mouths. But damn, is it good?
Thanks,
You know, we
Frodo.
get along great with your boss, you know, he's a financial
Oh yeah. He's real good with the numbers. Yeah, all right. Well, if you need anything else, I'll be at the bar. Just give me a wave. I'll try to keep an eye out.
Are you okay, Fire?
I was swinging my legs and my heel just clipped the edge of my desk.
Not
That hurt right away. Sorry.
kicks the edge of a table and just.
That was her scaly claw. All right. Well, so agreed. We wait until morning, or is there something specific that we're trying to do tonight? Or are we gonna track down your daughters tonight? Are we gonna try to spend all night trying to do that?
A lot of politicians seem to live together. They might be near the estate already. They might live near the estate.
Oh, that's true.
That's possible.
I was kind of hoping to maybe. I need to do some research on, you know, the psychic powers thing, like my blades. I'm trying to figure out if I can kind of change how they work. Maybe make a psychic shield.
I'm sorry, rest of them. Might be talking to the wrong person here. I don't think.
I wasn't trying to, say that like, oh yes, teach me your ways, Opal of psionic mastery.
I know of magic
Right.
shields.
But what about mind shields that would
Uh,
protect other people?
Mind bullets.
no.
That's
I don't know nothing
telekinesis
about
at
that.
Nipsis.
Are you inviting us to the library with you?
Is there a library in town?
There would certainly be a library in town. Might not be marked on the map, but like, if it's not marked on the map, it's probably not like a predominant library, quote unquote. But there would be a library in town that you could probably find. But it would.
I was just gonna, like go look for maybe stuff that could help.
I think it's 24
I
hours.
don't have any money to buy a book right now. I was thinking about maybe selling a gun.
Oh, God.
You have so much money to that god. You gonna sell
No.
it?
We
I
could
just-
sell this, and I hold up the ring.
But like it's got a diamond. Those are useful. Nipsis, does it look like a kind of like a valuable enough diamond that you would like use it to revive someone or?
He pulls out his bifocals.
I hold up my
Perception
ring.
check. I've decided. Perception check to appraise this particular diamond.
That is not my bag, baby. Let's go.
At 20.
13? It's not like outside the realm of like reality, like a jeweler isn't like a 20 plus, skill check maker. So you look at it, you'd estimate, and add this to the whoever has the ring in their inventory, add this to the value of the ring just so we can keep up with it. This band as a whole is probably worth 250 gold. The diamond itself is probably adding 200 gold to that value.
This is almost worth a full life. About 2/3 of a life.
Would it work on something smaller than someone as big as us?
I don't think it has like a size restriction.
Gonna grab some more beer while you guys continue this conversation of if a diamond would work on a certain size creature.
Like, let's say it was something, say, small winged snake size.
I don't. Well, she's been.
Yeah, he's gonna say a little hush, like it's a little too late.
Yeah, see, that's not my. I've come back from the dead, but I don't know how to do that. So I thank you for that. By the way, did I ever properly thank you for that? I don't recall, but I know that you did.
It's okay, but it's something that has to be done very quickly.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other diamonds?
Yeah, Nefs
Maybe we
has
have diamonds in
600
there? Oh,
gold worth of diamonds on him.
now theoretically we have 800 gold worth of diamonds.
Correct.
Does that quantity do anything?
It is ingots of 300 for Revivify.
Okay, and what is the next tier above that?
Raised dead 10 days. 4th level spell.
And how many diamonds? 1,000.
Oh,
Maybe that's just off the top of my head.
raised
Right.
dead is 500 actually.
10 days?
Within 10 days, yeah.
No, it was 50 for the band, 200 for the diamond.
Oh, okay.
So 250 total.
Oh shit! But it's one diamond worth 500 GP, not diamonds.
Gotcha.
Oh, it's
Might be
actually a
good
5th level
for-
spell, so we can't even cast it.
It might be good for a Revivify, but I think it might be a little more for Revivify. But Revivify is diamonds,
Revivify is 300, raised dead is 500.
and Revivify is diamonds, so like this could contribute to that.
All right.
So if you put glue on the diamond.
No.
just kidding.
Unless it's sovereign glue, then I might let it happen. 'Cause that adds a whole other cost.
I mean, that's a legendary item that you only
Yeah,
have so
exactly.
much of.
All right. Well, so I guess we finish our should we finish our stew and go check out and see if we can
Stew's
Find your
tasty and
daughters.
savory, actually, as you taste it. Like the bit of the tail that you chew on, you think it might be like overly tough, but it's very tender.
Do we see Kelleran and the mercenaries in the inn for the night?
They said they would leave
Perception
here.
check.
Oh, they said they would leave like a Dropbox here, actually.
Yeah, they said there'd be a Dropbox here. They didn't say they'd necessarily stay here. They might, though. There are other inns in town. We'll see.
They're standing
Make
there
that
behind us.
perception. You look around and take a good perception check around. You don't see any of the. You don't see like Kelleran or any of the. Okay, this will be easier if we say it like this. You see. Not Loga. Hang on. See
Zestra?
one of your not Zestra. I just have to look in my check here. You see Malagar, who is currently at the bar alone, taking a drink.
You guys know what time it is.
Just leave the poor guy alone.
No, can't do it. Impossible for Marana. Sorry to say. I'm gonna cast Hold Person. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Okay.
Jesus.
As you loudly cast a spell in the middle of this public space, everyone's kind of looking at you ominously. He does succeed. He shucks it off and like turns around and sees who did that, and he sees you and he just.
Hey!
Hi.
I buy him another drink.
And sit down with him and he just.
Technically, she could also still do 2 more targets if she wanted to.
Yeah, because of the way warlock spells work. True.
You're right. I cast on Resta as well.
Yeah, he has to make a wisdom saving throw.
You shouldn't have reminded me.
Oh, that face you're making is like, yeah.
Oh, I clicked on it. It didn't roll.
Oh, odd. Did you try twice? There you go.
Oh, fuck.
Ooh.
Perfect. So perfect.
You're like
Are you
eating
like
your
in the
stew
middle
and
of
it's
a
just
bite?
like. That's you right now.
I release it.
Not a comfortable feeling. Your entire body locked up, including your organs. It felt weird.
Does the momentum of the spoon like continue and then flash the soup? Or yeah.
Just a little bit. Just right in the
No,
nose
he
a
just
little
slowed
bit.
down. He has all the momentum. I strangle Marana.
Okay.
I can grab.
He looks at you. Well, you got your friend. That's pretty funny.
She just does it to me because my name sounds like the name of your other friend whose poison doesn't work.
That's true. Thought I'd gotten free of you for some time, but here you are.
You know,
Free is a
every
matter
day.
of perspective. I'm always here in your
True,
heart.
true. There's a few other bars in town. Maybe I'll just,
No.
head
You know,
to
think
another one.
I'll join you. I'll join you. If you don't mind.
Reston, you can't join him. You're a married woman.
I hate you. I know.
A lot of places believe in, polyamory.
Why does everyone choose to believe her first? Just because she said it first.
This is very
You're not a
convincing.
married
What can I
woman.
say? Are you not married?
I'm not married.
Then what's the problem?
Why do you have that gold band with that diamond?
I'm not the one wearing it.
Hmm.
The problem is that she tells this to every single person, and any time I try to breathe, she's like, Oresta, you can't do that. You're a married woman. And
Oh,
she
I'm
won't.
Marriage is a serious commitment. You shouldn't dedicate to it lightly.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Resta. Were you? Okay, she's not married. You have free reign. Go nuts. You can like ask her on dates because apparently she's looking for dates.
He looks at her and just what's your charisma score?
8.
8.
Not attractive.
That's okay.
She's also missing an ear.
I also have half of my fucking ear cut off.
Probably
That's,
still a big, fresh scar.
That's all right.
And I got a big old gunshot wound on the other side.
Yeah, that's okay.
Where's everyone else at?
Oh, well, looks around. Gellerin and Zestra are at the bordello,
Of course.
but
Nice.
Loca was here with me shortly, but she decided to go on a walk. Not sure where she got off to.
I think she could probably feel her presence.
Maybe.
You get a sixth sense for these things.
Yeah. She did. Another thing about she did say something about going to the old watchtower over in town, the ruined one, and she wanted to get up to the top and just take a look at the sightlines around town.
There's a watchtower?
It's right
Yeah.
next to Walder's farm.
I would have never seen it. Nobody mentioned it. I've seen it on the map, and I've been like, I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. But
That
I
does
don't
something
know
mildly
what's there.
relaxing, actually.
Oh, you want to go to the watchtower, Resta?
I'll fucking kill you.
I didn't even say anything.
I'll fucking kill you.
Just like gripping on the gun tighter and tighter. Just I could do it. One shot is all it take.
Just one
It's
more
not even
jab.
gonna be hard. She'll barely even resist. It'll be easy.
Just one hard shot. Just one hard shot.
Resta, killing people is what got you in this situation in the first place.
Oh, you know, at this point, it'd be worth it to go back in.
But yeah, that's what she said. I think I've had a few drinks. Sorry if that's wrong.
Have you
Oh,
been
you-
to the VIP room?
He burps.
Oh.
No, I haven't.
Oh, and I like wave Stortle down and I'm like, hey, let him in the VIP area.
Sort of walks up. Sure, I mean, any friend of you guys, a friend of mine. What if we all go back there? You know, it'd be easier to serve. Well, it looks like you're finished with your. You need more drinks? Maybe. And Malagar's like, yes, another picture of this. In fact, for you all, make it 2 pictures. We'll take it in the VIP lounge and have some talks and drinks. Sounds good.
All right, let's do it. But as that's happening, I'm going to tap Nefsis.
Yeah.
I know you're itching to get things underway. Let's say we walk.
Sure.
You do.
He's got
We
a
will
up.
kind of try to, duck out without drawing the attention. But we'll be back
I-
when we get
Yeah.
going.
I'm very conscious of Nephthys because each time it's just he feels like a loose cannon.
You do see him head out. You see him head out Opal, which reassures you a little bit. You feel like Opal will monitor anything too crazy.
I link with Opal and the Nun.
And the rest of
Don't-
you head back to before you say that, the rest of you head back to like the VIP lounge and kind of relax. But what are you saying?
Oh, don't do anything without the group. please and thank you.
I'm mid-conversation, so I'm assuming I don't really know how this thing works. I don't think I can be like talking and thinking separate thoughts at the same time, or at least I'm certainly not intelligent enough to do that.
It
There you go.
is certainly a skill that is difficult to develop. It will last 2 hours.
Right. So anyway, that I probably won't be doing it, but I'm gonna be just kind of having a nice conversation with Nefsus, hopefully, unless somebody else would like to do something first.
Where are you two? Before we get into what everyone else is doing, what are you two walking to?
Now, honestly, I don't know. I was just kind of
Just
walking.
walking.
And if I can't see where we're going anyway, so that's kind of yeah.
And
Any
Nessus is
particular
following,
direction?
and, no, he's just gonna follow up on. And like he might be like, "Do you want to sit by the well? Do you want to go to the monument? Go to the harbor?"
Let's go to the well. Let's go to the well. That sounds good.
Okay.
Short John away from the inn for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, you head out there. We'll go to you two first because it's just 2 versus 3 and minority versus majority. I don't know. But yeah, you two head out and wander over to the well. It is a serene night at this point. It's around 8 o'clock. Still early in the night. The crickets in the distance are just now starting to like chirp. And it's nice. There's not the hustle and bustle of the normal sounds of the city here, and you get a moment to yourselves. Sit on the same park bench that Nanan was focusing very hard on.
So, Opal, how are you feeling? You've been through a lot these last couple of days. Been knocked down a lot. You've come back from the dead. You've become an animal. Sorry about that if that was weird. Seemed like the best option.
Yeah, wasn't the weirdest thing that's this is pretty close to the weirdest thing that's happened to me. I'm not quite sure about that at this point. But I'm a bit worried about our group. We've lost a lot. And so I do think I understand where you're coming from a lot of the time. I don't know how much you know about how we got connected and started.
No, I haven't heard much.
Well, I had, I kind of been working my way north. I got assigned to do a new post, but on the way, I just happened to stumble upon Emberwell, and they were looking for people who could do some work, and that's something I've never been shy about, and got connected with a group of 4 others. That was Nanan, who you know, and Marana, but then also 2 others. There was, I don't quite rightly know what he was, but he had nice armor. His name was Aster. He was a gentleman, but a bit I don't know, not necessarily so worldly as the rest of us, maybe. Born in higher places, I suppose. And then there was Martin, who you've seen, but maybe you don't know so well. He disappeared on us. I don't know exactly where he's ended up, but Aster we lost in a stupid kind of failed experiment. And that's only going to haunt us for a long time. Martin we lost also doing something stupid and off the course that was laid before us. Now, you know, Vivesh, who's honestly kept us alive more often than any of us could have possibly expected from such a small little snake. You know, we've lost Vivesh, but really it's really Nanan lost Vivesh and Martin. Yeah. And a lot of these things happened when we were venturing away from the course that we sought, or that we were assigned to take care of. And I just fear that the next time we go into some pursuit that is off this assignment, that it's just going to be another, could be me, could be you, could be Rana, and I know that you don't necessarily care if it's you, and maybe you don't necessarily care if it's us, but you know, and I don't know. I just want you to think about that.
I appreciate that. You guys, seems like it's been a hard road, but I'm willing to help you guys see it through because I think it's in the best interest of everybody in this land. But to be honest with you, going off course for me is doing anything that's not protecting my family. That is my course. So, your goal does protect them at large, but this is an immediate threat, so it feels like one I have to take care of. I don't want to endanger anyone else, so I'm willing to go about it on my own and not involve anyone else.
I mean, the thing is, Nefsits, I just see a lot of things transpire, and I know I'm not the brightest. I can handle some coin. I can, you know, I can think about a battle strategy, but I know I'm not the brightest person. But I think we both know that the association reaches much larger than just in Greymouth. And if even we do, like, even if we pursue what you're after, removing people here, I'm not afraid to speak about that, but if we were to pursue something like that, they're just going to get replaced.
Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe with somebody more dangerous.
If they're replaceable, then they'll get me eventually, but there's people that are irreplaceable for me, and I don't want to be a killer, but it's the closest thing I can be to a father right now.
So can we? So I have an idea. Maybe. And I don't know whether they would go along with this because they've rejected the notion in the past. But perhaps with some solid convincing, we could get them to join to join us even temporarily. So they'd be out of the harm's way of the association. Aid us in completing one front of what we've been after. And then once that one front is resolved, we can turn around and, with clear minds, approach the association with both greater strength, greater experience, and in a sense of unity.
That could be nice.
Would you be open to that if they'd agree.
I'd be open to just about anything. And then I think Nephthys thinks back to when he read your surface level thoughts. Can you remind me what those were when we were offered the wish?
Yeah, my first surface level thoughts was how badly I wanted to whack Cobram with the stick. And then also worrying a little bit about Marana's interest in the deal.
Nephthys will probably go. Opal, can you tell me why you didn't really consider the offer of the wish? I'm sorry, but he kind of takes out his coin, and it's probably a two-headed copper, and he goes, I had a peek at everyone's thoughts, and Cobram's as well, and I saw what people were tempted by, and you didn't really seem to have that much temptation.
That's a good question. There is one thing that I do really want more than just about anything else. I want to be able to see, like really see, not like a shark, not like a dream. Like to be able to hold an orange in my hand and know what that means. That sounds special. But in the grand scheme of things, my one wish would really have been for Cobram to implode, and something tells me that wish would not have been granted, so it kind of I guess I was thinking about other things. I was probably a little concerned about I know we've talked about a vampire, and I have no idea what that's gonna be like. Cobram, I'm just honestly, he was kind of he was a good necromancer, but he's kind of a weak piece of shit. Evelyn was definitely stronger than him, for sure, and nearly fucked us all up. But Cobram was strong because he had little ghouls and skeletons and things. That was his power. I don't know what a vampire would be like, and that definitely worries me. Which is why I keep looking for people who bring more firepower.
Kind of chuckles at that, I guess. I'm ashamed to say, but I would have taken that deal. So I appreciate your conviction, and
what would your wish have been?
he kind of pulls out his skull.
Oh wait, you would have wanted the association dead, right? That
not
your
quite.
whole-
I would have just wanted some peace with my family, all of them. But your convictions give me hope that we don't have to take the easy way out, but I don't know if I can be as strong as you are.
I don't know how strong I am, but
You die and get back in the fight.
I
pretty
die
good.
a lot. But I do die a lot.
That's
Really,
true.
you all that keep going.
Well,
I think that says more about you than
maybe
about
that's
me.
why I'm put here with you, to see your convictions through.
Well, then why don't we? Then why don't we talk to your daughters tomorrow? see if we can convince them to. My thought is that having them ring the bell of the Guild Assembly Hall, make a public announcement that they're going to be collaborating with the ones who rid the catacombs of the undead to permanently put an end to this scourge on the entire land of Alarica.
Tell
And
you what.
then have them be able to come with us in complete safety and with the support of the folk of Greymouth.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you and I go find somewhere a little bit more private than this, is a little out in the open, and we can try to see if we can parse out anything, and if we get good signs, then I'm all for it.
All right, let's do that. But I have one request. Are you still holding the bottle?
He has not been really drinking. He had his little cider. He got the bottle of Cobram.
Okay. All right.
But it's not in his hand.
If we're gonna have this conversation, I need you as straight and sober as you can be. This is not a conversation to have either hungover or drunk.
Yeah, it's... Sorry.
Is that something you can handle?
Yes, I regressed a bit when I saw Resta get taken, but I think I'm doing better now, as in for the circumstances.
And then I guess we will walk somewhere maybe a little more private.
Okay.
I don't know where that would be, but I'll let
Do you have an
Nessus
idea,
lead us.
Nessus? Of where you wanna
He's just really looking for like an alley, just
Oh,
anything out of the
go?
way.
You could definitely find like a out of the way alley. But before we get into that, because that'll probably be a bit of an involved process. The three of you in the tavern, what are you guys doing? As you're in the VIP room with Malgar, who's pretty drunk at this point. Like, I remember that time we took on that contract to slay the basilisk, and you had the idea of not to look at it, and that really saved our asses.
It's
That was a
wild.
good
We actually
time.
had a time like that too.
You fought a
Well,
basilisk?
Yeah, actually in the arena. Crazy that they fucking had them. I
Just-
nearly lost my mind because, someone almost turned the stone, and I would have been very, very upset if they did.
Those fucking things. The scourge should be wiped out in entirety. Shouldn't be kept
It was
as
kind of cute.
entertainment.
Yeah, not entertainment. I wonder if they have some benefit to the. Is there like a creature that eats stone and they wouldn't survive without a basilisk? Like,
They
what
eat
are they?
stone.
What are they to the ecosystem? But
Well, I mean, the
entertainment.
basilisks themselves, they eat stone. They turn
Oh.
them into stone and then eat the stone.
But then what eats? Do they does anything eat them or like?
Something
they-
bigger.
So, if the basilisks turn them into stone and eat the stone, does their stomach turn them not into stone? If you were to rub basilisk stomach acid on a stone person, I start writing it down. I'm like, actually,
That's
that's
it.
great.
I've heard
That's way above my pay grade.
I've heard that Medusa blood can also maybe reverse like a petrification, but that might just be a myth. I don't know. I
Might be
haven't
the
seen the
same thing, who
Medusa.
knows? I imagine not, if you're still not stoned.
That's
How
true.
much
That's
have you
true.
had to drink?
Ah,
How
Who,
much have
me?
you had?
I've been here for a few hours.
Oh, so
A few hours. Got,
Yeah.
got any drugs?
Make a persuasion check.
Immediately thwarting Opal's plan for everybody to be sober and conscious for tomorrow's meeting.
It's okay. He probably won't give me his drugs. Oh, maybe he will.
He looks around. And,
This chick likes to party. You know, she's looking a little hotter.
you know,
He's about 10.
come
All the
over
twos
here.
become 8
Well,
by
just
10.
me and you. Just come over here, me and you. Just me and you.
All right.
Kind of huddles up with you. Yeah, I got something. Something I've been saving for a special occasion.
Jesus, it smells like I get drunk off of your breath.
Ignore that.
Sorry. Nose is sensitive.
Tell me.
Also, you need to talk into the other ear.
Oh, right. He kind of like changes sides with you. Tell me. Have you ever, looks around, just make sure no one else is listening to him.
Mm.
Have you ever tried death root?
That sounds ominous. The fuck is that?
Oh, it's great. It's dangerous in large quantities, but I promise you, if you just take it in a small amount, you'll be alright.
When does it kick in? What
When
does
does
it
it
do?
kick in? Oh, when does it do? Oh. Well,
Like, I don't
first,
want to think like it's not doing something for me. Then I take some more, and then I end up having too much.
But first, it kind of fills the body with this sort of euphoric and pleasurable sensation. You might get slight visuals, but that's as far as you should extend it. You push past that, you might start to get a warm flushing of your skin, dry mouth, heavy feeling extremities, and nausea, vomiting, severe itching, etc. But I mean, you know, you don't take too much, you'll be set for the rest of the night.
I'll take some, if you don't mind.
Sure. Just he kind of quickly loads a pipe, hands it over to you. Just light that up, and he's got to keep an eye out. Yeah, doesn't
you
look
know,
like
I've
anyone's
been-
looking at us.
I've been very stressed lately, and
So you hit it. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
for my anxiety.
Ooh. You start to get, you inhale it, and it immediately like it fills you with this euphoric feeling that it was described. I mean, you feel amazing. Everything is better around you, and wow, life it could be this good, and this is what you think to yourself. However, with that roll, you do become addicted to death root.
Oh boy, it's addictive off of the first hit.
That's how they get you.
Think about heroin. It's very similar to that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you're like, wow, you've finished that. It's like you're doing good. Add that to your features, just death root addiction, as a thing, just to keep track
Hey
of it.
doc, I got myself addicted to chems.
Yeah, can you cleanse this? No, not that easily. Yeah, you don't have any negative side effects from this particular dosage because you rolled high enough to resist the bad, but you do feel it, that's for sure. And you do feel like you want more. Not right now. You're good right now for the next hour or so. Yeah. Oh, look, your friends are looking at us. They're like, thinking what we're doing. We best get back to them.
They're chill. They're chill.
You think they want some?
Maybe Morana.
Oh. I feel like I've offered it to her before, and she said no. What about that guy with the horns? I mean, he looks like he can handle this shit.
He's got enough drug issues with alcohol. I don't think he needs any more.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but maybe this will get him off the alcohol.
Oh, I don't know if you want to clear up one addiction with another.
Ah, but this shit's great.
Question: does the psychic connection cause us to have like a minor addiction to death root, or no?
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately not.
You just hear,
Are
whoa,
they
what
how-
the fuck?
This is
This is crazy. What am I seeing?
This is
Hey, Nessus, you
is
gotta
a
be
gold-
so.
How far away are they like talking about this?
They're like all over in the corner of the VIP lounge.
Are their backs to me or
Yeah.
They are, but you do see like puffs of smoke like rise up.
Oh,
They're doing strange magic over there, I think.
strange juridic. Oh shit! I dropped my thing. Strange juridic magic.
yeah? I'm pretty sure.
For
No,
fun
no.
reasons, you already
I'm
like
gonna say some of that
smoked
word.
it, but fire almost had a character die to this.
Oh no!
Dottie.
Fire! You didn't.
She had a grandma that was addicted to death root for a while.
Poor Dottie.
Uh,
Definitely made her knitting a little bit more wonky.
It helps with the arthritis.
It really did. Helped her forget about it. Anyway.
we'll jump real quick over because maybe we'll get to content tonight. Probably not.
I can barely feel my ear.
What do you mean we're gonna get to content? Rest is taking drugs now.
no, it's very unlikely. I don't know. Like again, it's been a long time. Not a lot of time, but I kind of rushed to prep. Is a better way to put it. So,
You were
like,
worried for nothing. I told you you'd be
You're
good.
right. You're right. I didn't need to prep it all this session, but that's okay. But yeah, we jump back over to Nessus and Opal. You two kind of find a nice quiet alleyway, and you feel relatively secluded. What are you doing?
Nessus starts taking out the incense that he bought, as well as his wife's symbol of Saren Ray, and he just kind of lays it on the ground, and he prestidigitations the. I already forget the word.
Yes.
What?
Do you need some privacy for this?
The visage.
No. The incense. And he's like, no, I think it might be easier. At least I'll have someone that can say that they also heard the same thing. And then he is going to use, he doesn't actually have a 4th level spell slot, but he's going to use his sorcery points to get one back. And then he is
like through extreme focus and determination.
Yeah, and he's going to cast divination.
Okay, post that in chat for me. All right. Okay. Okay. What is your single question?
That is something that he's going to pose to Opal. And he puts the skull there in the middle of the incense. He's going to go to Opal and say, we can ask one question about the next 7 days, and we can learn the outcome. I can ask if my daughters will be safe in 7 days' time. We can ask if the contract will be fulfilled. There's a lot of different options we have.
Well,
We can ask now, and then we'll know. And at least this won't have to be something that will or will not be something that has to be dealt with in the next 7 days.
got it. Selfishly, I know that I'd want to know whether we could put a stop to what's going to happen in Ormsdaler.
If
And
we get more
I guess
incense,
that's not necessarily dependent on.
we can buy more incense, and I'd be happy to ask another day, but I think it's best to ask this today.
Okay. Well, this is your incense. I think Question should be yours.
I trust your insight. Do you have a recommendation on what to ask? They'll be safe, whether with working with Verano will protect them.
Well, I got an idea. I don't. You can tell me if you think this is not going to be straight enough of a question, but uh, will an unlikely partnership protect my daughters? Would it be because then it doesn't necessarily matter whether they partner with us or with Verano, right? Because as long as it's some partnership, if the answer is yes, then great, we can try either version. But if although that may not be within the 7 days that you're talking about, I guess I don't know.
At the very least, we can ask if they'll be safe for the next 7 days. Obviously, we can't promise anything in the future, but we could ask if trying to form this relationship between all parties, if that will fruitfully protect them for the next 7 days.
Yeah, I suppose. Why don't we just ask if they'll be safe in the next 7 days? Because then we can try all. If we get the answer that it's a yes, they'll be safe for 7 days, right? Then it wouldn't necessarily matter whether we convince them to join us, or if they join with Verano, or if they stay and they don't join with either of us. Right?
Yes, you would know this. The
Yeah.
spell doesn't take into account any possible circumstances might change the outcome.
Yeah. If we do anything, well, we could
You have
ask
to ask
that, and then we
A
would.
specific course of action.
Yeah. No, I mean, we could ask that and then do nothing to affect it.
Right.
So.
But if you change it, it might change.
Yeah. We could, if we do that, and the answer is yes, then we would have to drop it, which I think the group would agree with. But if
That's fine.
okay,
And if it's a no, then we can try to convince them to make some kind of partnership, whether with us or with Verano.
and then I think Nessus will take a position in front of the skull, and he will, complete the casting, and then
You put the skull down, perform the burn the various instances around the skull, and then you just focus for a while. For a time, your consciousness dwells within yourself. But eventually, after around 10 minutes, your sort of conscious changes. It shifts out into this void of a space. And there you are, face to face with the ethereal form of your wife.
it's probably his wife and a mix of Saren, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like oddly familiar while also very foreign to him, like the wings and everything.
She's just floating there in the darkness, waiting for your question.
He's probably stuck for a minute, and then he goes, will Samiris and Esmeralda be safe for the next 7 days?
She looks at you, tilts her head to the side. A single tear rolls down her head. She says, "No."
Okay. And then he comes out, and
And she looks at you. It's like the vision is receding. She wants to say more, but you are drawn back. A deep breath as you realize you had not taken a breath this entire time is suddenly forced into your lungs.
imagine for Opal, like the flames of the incense were growing and like getting really large. There's probably a bright light, and also the bright flames in a way that incense would not burn, so you might even feel the heat even if you can't see it. But he goes, no, they're not going to be safe if we do nothing.
Well, then I think it's time for us to step up and do something. Should we let the rest know?
I might need more incense.
Might
But
be a
yeah.
little late for incense, but we can make that a priority tomorrow. Incense, and then a conversation.
Yeah, and then he like probably touches the spot where his wife's symbol of Iomade was, or Sarenrae, and it's gone because the spell consumes it. And just like grabs the dirt that was there, and lets it fall between his fingers.
Feel a deep feeling of loss just from that.
All right.
We can head back.
You eventually shuffle back in. You see a very loose Resta along with Malagar, who are kind of relaxing along with the others in the VIP lounge, drinking, conversing, kind of enjoying the merriment of the environment.
That's the hot one. Get it? Because of all the fire.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, we have a kind of important day ahead of us. Maybe we should start to call it a
Totally.
night.
What? Wait, whoa. It's like 9. We got like
Yeah.
a few
Why are you being
hours
such
of
a
party
square,
left in us.
Opal?
Yeah, exactly.
A little
Tell you
bit
what.
taken aback by rest of
You know
the.
what? So he kind of whispers over to whisper. You think she'd be into it?
I don't know. She seems like kind of a narc.
Look, why don't you have a drink? We'll see if you can work up into it. And you just see like these two whispering back and forth.
Rhonda, did we miss something?
Um,
Anon, did we miss something?
they don't think we know, but I mean, they went over into the corner, and I'm pretty sure they smoked something.
Whoa, that's crazy.
I
She
think
was
they're
showing me
on
some
to
of her
us.
magic or something.
Resta doesn't have magic.
Sure I do. What do you call these? In the sink.
Exactly. What do you call that?
What do you?
Magic. I think they're on
Magic.
to us. I have
kill
no
them?
clue.
What does it smell like in
Maybe.
here?
Besides
the booze?
it smells like a very bitter smell in here, like very odd, something burnt that is on the natural side.
Didn't Kelleran tell you to stop smoking that?
I don't know what you're talking about. We
I'm
definitely need to
telling.
kill him.
I'm telling.
You take Moran, I'll take the rest.
I'm
Yeah,
telling.
she's got a delicate neck.
If you think you could.
Huh? I think she heard us.
Oh fuck! We have to run, and I don't move.
He doesn't move either, but he looks like he's like just like in motion, like with his movements.
Oh.
Oh, right, we got.
I think we're getting away.
I mean, you left.
They'll
You
never
didn't
catch up
tell
to
us
us.
to babysit Resta, so we didn't babysit anyone. And I mean, to be really honest, she'd probably be telling Resta to make sure that I don't do anything stupid. So
There's too many layers here.
Well, no, not usually, Marani. You're usually pretty.
Who's later?
You're. I don't know. You play pranks. Those are funny. You don't get stoned out of your mind most of the time.
I mean, Resta, are you out of your mind?
I think.
Don't answer that. She's gonna get you arrested.
I think very loudly. Can anyone hear me?
It's like echoing.
I think very loudly into Opal and Nanon's head. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, very, very well.
Oh fuck! I'm out of my mind.
Wand.
Okay. We need to get you home. We need to get you more stored. I'm gonna go get stored all just to bring another glass of water and then try to usher the party out and bid Malagar good evening.
Yep.
And en route, begin to elaborate on what Plan A is, followed by Plan B.
What's the short versions of both of those plans?
Explosives.
No. Plan A is Plan A is we get them to come with us. Plan B is we get them to work with
Piranha.
Orano, thank you. That's his name. Yeah. Those are Plan A and Plan as of right
Okay.
now.
You'll fill them in, and then as you're getting in, assuming everyone's cooperatively going back to the estate.
Unless we wanted to check out the watchtower first before going to bed. I don't know how long. I mean, we could walk there, see what it's about, or well, y'all can see what it's about.
I kind of want to lay down.
All right, then let.
We can go to the watchtower because the rest can stop by at Walter's house.
Weirdly enough, I still want to kill you.
You always want to kill me.
It's true.
It's this constant, a universal constant.
Actually,
I mean, I
that,
do want to check out the watchtower.
that might not be a half bad idea, actually.
No reason you can't
By
lay down on a
Walter's.
watchtower.
Yeah, and Walter.
How do I get to the top?
You figure that out when you get there, I'm sure. That's
You
what your
float.
brain tells you.
Also,
Good
Nephthys,
idea, brain.
Walter's
Just give
a
it a
bit
pat.
of a. I know you've met Walter briefly, but he's a bit of a friend in more ways than one.
So
And
I've-
especially true for Resta.
I feel suddenly like I'm sobering up, and I'm not happy about it.
Mhm.
That's the effect that I have on people.
Sobering anger.
Yes.
And it would be it wouldn't be on the path because we got to stop back by the assembly hall tomorrow. But anyway, can we take a vote for home or for watchtower?
Do you want us to raise our hands, Opal?
I'm gonna be counting.
Vote for
Okay.
home.
Nefs is going to expend 2 first level spells or 2 second level spell slots, get back 4 more sorcery points. Is gonna
Cast fireball.
no, he's going to polymorph himself into a giant owl.
What does your owl look like?
It looks like a snow owl. Just a big little red tinted snow owl.
A giant owl, I assume, right?
Yes, giant owl.
Whoa.
Just suddenly standing there is there's this giant reddish owl
I
standing there. You're not sure if this is real or not, Resta.
And he's gonna fly off towards the old watchtower.
take
Off
me
in the
with you.
He's in the
That's
sky.
all.
That was unsettling. Where'd he go?
Oh, he turned into a bird. He just. Oh, he flew to the watchtower. So I guess that's 1 vote for the watchtower. 2 votes for the
Aye.
watchtower if you're counting me.
Go
What?
home.
That's 1 vote for go home. That's half a vote for go home because West is out
No,
of
I'm
her
counting
mind.
half a vote.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
okay. I was just
No,
saying
West is out of
that's
her mind.
some interesting assumptions there.
No. Do you want to go home, Milan?
On his kitchen.
That sounds good. I wonder if they're up. They're probably up. It's only
I
9.
mean, we could split up.
Sure. It's not like we're in any mortal danger currently. I think.
True that.
Famous
Now-
last words.
You see, think about the owl. Was that real?
Uh,
And why didn't it take you? You feel like it should have taken you.
I felt like that was like wizard. Like that was my one chance to become a wizard.
Internally, I'm going to think this to Resta and also ask Resta to relay this to Nanan. I'm not sure how happy the association is with us, and it might be safest to sleep somewhere a little unexpected.
But
This is
what
very
about-
surprising. Sudden words in your head.
Please tell Nanan the same thing.
Please relay at your earliest convenience.
With your mind, don't say it out loud.
Ah! She just starts screaming. Oi. Nanon. We should sleep together. Somewhere safe.
It's awfully strong.
We normally sleep together somewhere safe.
Oh, that's true.
I under your bed, somewhere where there's bed.
Lead the way, Nanon. You are the wisest of us all.
I think so, honestly.
That's 18.
I might be close, but I don't think I'm quite there.
Mr. 19.
Nope, don't have you beat.
You have 19. The wisest of us all, so I trust you to make the decision. Where do I sleep tonight?
Friends help us to survive. If we stay together, that is the best thing, I think.
Apes together strong. Alright.
I didn't answer our question though. Where are we going?
This means you stay together. Got one part of the fucking equation figured out.
The problem.
I'm with you guys.
All right. Okay. Let's make our way towards the watchtower.
Did anybody else see an owl?
No, I did not.
Oh,
I didn't see an owl either. What are you talking about, Rustin?
holy shit. That's not good.
While we're like walking, I'm gonna cast dancing lights and just like have them like
Just
exist
fucking
in front
trip
of
out,
Resta.
Resta. Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead,
Every time
it's
that
like
she asks
casting
if we see
hypnotic
them,
pattern.
I'm like, I don't see anything. What are you talking?
It's the Sandstorm music video.
Yeah, you're freaking out, Resta. But before you all get to the watchtower, Owlman, you do perched right on the edge of the ruined watchtower lid, and you see there a dark elf in armor just looking out at the stars, and then she's like, oh, Jesus Christ, what is that? I don't know what that is.
What is that?
You're
muted, homie.
Oh, fuck. That was it. He tilts his head and just for fun spins it around. And then
She kind of draws her blade. and
he
just...
breaks the concentration and is like sitting on the edge.
Oh, you're a person. Thought I
Yeah.
was going to be eaten.
Please, no violence.
What? Why are you here?
I just needed some fresh air.
Oh, this is a good spot for that. She kind of points over to the kind of beautiful view here at this point. From right here, you can oversee the various farmlands, the town, which is kind of lit up in its various spots, that kind of active in the night, as well as just a very clear view of the Gray Mouth itself, of the water pouring out of this large mountain into the basin here. And to the east, you can even see the edges of the Living Green, the forest you've heard of so much about. It is it's quite a lot of sights.
I think he
The
starts
green-
looking at like the sea, and then his eyes kind of find their way to the burrow.
They
And
do.
he's kind of a little fixated on it. And he goes, "This is the one mercenary that had like the poison blade, right? The like
Nope.
big- no.
This is Loka. She's the kind of heavily armored sword and shield user.
Oh, but she also had poison on her blade.
Oh, she had poison on her. Oh, I think she did actually.
Yeah, sorry, I should have
she
been clear
hit-
between the two ones with the poison on their blades.
Yeah,
She hit me
she
with a
had the-
crossbow when she knocked me out. Oh, she did have poison on the blade because it just
She had
dealt
poison on her
damage.
blade too. Yeah, it just did straight damage, but her crossbow had the knockout poison. Yeah.
I think Nemesis is just gonna go like, "I'm sorry about your wizard friend. I-
He was a prick.
okay. Can I
Relax.
ask you
A strong prick.
how do you all be honorable mercenaries?
How do we what now?
How do you be an honorable mercenary?
Ah. Well, we follow Kelleran. He has a very particular sense about which contracts are worthy and which ones are not.
And
So far, it's been effective in keeping us from simple assassination contracts or doing the works of corrupt organizations under another guise. He's good at reading people.
and can I ask what draws you to this sense of honor?
I apologize if this is not the answer you were hoping for, but I have no draw. I simply do not wish to leave the world worse than I found it, but I still wish to make coin in an enterprise that I am effective in.
Do you find yourself at odds with groups that don't have that desire?
On occasion,
And
there are rival groups often hired to prevent us from doing our contracts, since most of our contracts fall on the honorable side. There are those like the Golden Hand who would hire mercenaries to do any contract that comes up.
And how do you all stay safe? Is it just together
We're-
in your group?
Yes, we're that good.
What would you do if Kelleran died? Would you continue? Would you seek revenge?
She kind of just looks down at her hands, and it's an interesting line of questioning.
He kind of holds his hands up and he goes, "Sorry, I'm just curious. I respect you all. You're one of the few that I feel is true to your goals, and I'm sorry that I helped take one of your lives. I think the world would be
Very
better off
nice.
with you than with people like me."
She looks at you curiously with that last phrase, and if Kelleran were to die, I truly don't think anything would hold us together. Zestra, I truly believe without Kelleran's guidance would just fall into the assassination line of work. It's much more profitable, much more available, and much more suited to her skill set. Malagar is... he's dumb, he's a brute, but... I do think he's a good man. I feel like he would want to take up in Kelleran's footsteps, but he doesn't have the wit for it. Doesn't have the force of personality. Which is sad. And it says something sad about our group as a whole. Without one, the rest of us would fall.
Yeah, Nephthys kind of looks down and is like, "Well, thank you for talking with me, but do you mind if I just sit here for a while and look out?"
That is what I was doing before you arrived, and I come here to appreciate the silence. So let us continue that. Some time passes, and eventually the rest of you start to make your way to the base of the old watchtower. It is a ruinous tower that stands many stories high, but the tallest base is well beyond your perception at this point. The interior has some staircase that goes up a few floors, but after that it breaks off in ruin. To get to the top, you would have to climb the walls itself. The walls themselves, they gotta get up. Unless you have some other way.
If Nephthys hears them, he'll step off from where you're sitting and untuck his rope from his bag. Try to find a place to tie it and throw it down.
Yeah, suddenly whoosh, a rope from the top floors, and you see the very top floor is like almost a half bit of floor on that level. It's like half of it's there, or half of it's there, and this half is like empty that it's fallen through, and a rope comes down from that level.
And there was no entrance on the ground level.
There's an entrance to the interior, but
Right.
the stairs only go up a few floors. They don't go up all the way to the
Okay.
top.
Is the I would kind of go into the watchtower. I can climb, so it's not an issue for me to get up. No, like whether I'm inside or outside.
Yeah.
What's the inside like? Is it just ruins, or is it is there are there tables and chairs and
There's what's left of tables and chairs and other
Okay.
furniture that's fallen through from the top floor, but mostly just rubble, and it's
Rubble
all
and
really
ruin.
indistinguishable. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right, that's fine. Then I'd probably just climb up, maybe using the rope.
You climb to the top. You see Nephthys and Aloka there. She turns to look at you, gives you a nod, and then just looks out back to the beautiful sightlines from this perch.
I climb back down. I don't like being up this high.
Cass, you love that shit.
Yeah,
I-
but I need the security.
I cast levitate because I doubt I'm gonna be able to climb up a rope, and I just float up.
Fun about levitating. Let's go up and down. So you move all the way up the rope, grab the rope, let go, and then your muscle strain, but then you just step off of the levitate and are right on the top. And Loka looks at you, gives you a similar nod, and she just kind of motions to sit beside her.
She would notice that I have the little star thing that she made. I'm wearing it.
She smiles and just motions to sit beside her without saying a word.
I sit beside her.
And she just taps on your thigh and points upwards to the star line above. It is a very clear night. The stars are shining down very brightly. All the constellations are visible. It's beautiful.
All right, just like gym class. Here we go.
Wait,
Okay.
wait.
Oh,
I'm sure you will get it to the top. No cascades.
oh. Okay. Yeah. Trying to make my way up.
Athletic check. It's not too hard because you have a rope to climb, but yeah.
Disadvantage. Normal.
Normal. The drug doesn't involve disadvantage. It just might kill you.
This is very funny.
Yeah.
You're fine. You just might die.
You're feeling all right. Like, this is working, but I die. Hand over hand, you eventually pull yourself to the top, and you're there. I'll give another description as you all kind of arrive. But who's left at the bottom? Anyone? No one?
Nanan and Opal.
Oh, Opal climb back down.
Yeah.
Nanan.
Fuzzy one, you're
Sure.
not wanting up to the top, please.
I'm good. Just Nephthys and Aloka. I'm good down here. Thanks.
athletics check.
Da, 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 da.
12 is enough. It's tiring. It takes a while, but you get to the top. And at this time, you all get to the top, kind of gather around the edge here just before any words are said. And you look over. I'll actually pull you out to this map to kind of give you a visual of what you're actually looking at. You take a look over the great mountain basin here, just kind of off in the distance. The water itself becomes this shimmering mirror in the deep night, reflecting the stars above and the moon above, which is now almost at a full state. It is shining down, and it creates this almost glittering diamond-like sea of water that just reflects off of the water itself and creates this beautiful visage before you. You kind of stare at it for a while, take in the sight. And Loka just kind of looks at you all. Quite the view, is it not?
Yeah.
It's very open.
Yes. Open and free.
I want to take a second and just kind of take in all the stuff. I'll activate.
Oh yeah,
I'll shift and I'll just kind of try to drink in everything around me.
it's beautiful. I mean, the sparkling stars reflected by the water itself almost look like the water itself is another night sky with its own stars, its own plane of existence almost that is just mirroring the one above. And when you're looking at it, you can still see the horizon on the end. So it's just there's there's two seas of stars broken by a line in the distance of landscape. And the landscape itself is just the horizon of mountains. It's not a sight you would see often in your life, and this is a great purview.
Do I see any stars that I recognize? Like any constellations that I know?
Yeah, make
Well, I
a
mean, I know them, but
make a perception check for me. As you're kind of just gazing up at the sky and just looking for any familiar constellations, you do recognize one that is immediately reminds you of home. It is that of the Archer. It is a various symbols of stars that kind of represents a humanoid kind of drawing a bow. This is one that you were taught to understand very early from a young age, because it is set to those born under this constellation, depending on where the planet is, are said to find a great destiny and always manage to drift back towards that, very similar to an arrow towards its target. This is one that your father always made sure you knew of.
I start laughing and I'm like, Lolo, look. And I point it out.
She looks up and smiles, nods.
I haven't seen that star since I left home.
It's hard to really come to terms with how much we miss when we look up to the night sky. So much detail, yet so much that gets lost within our own limited perceptions.
For the rest of us, which direction? So I'm assuming that this constellation has it has an actual like arrow with like a point on it. That's how we know it is the archer. What direction is the arrow pointing?
You don't know, but for
Right,
those
I
who
hope
do,
I do
yeah,
not
yeah,
know. But I'm
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. For those of you that do know, at this particular angle, the arrow points southwards, and that's typically what it is. It sometimes slightly shifts depending on the position of the, planet and such. But
Due south, southwest, southeast. Does that matter?
uh, let's see, what season is it? Jarnoxus. Right now it's due south.
Oh, all right.
Lolo,
There's nothing in that.
Lolo, is he okay?
Is who?
Kelleran.
I. Do you mean with his new friend?
Yeah.
It's hard to say. It does seem like he's relying more and more on this friend than he is us. More than his own morals at some point.
What happened?
Shortly after you left, we were on a job. Not too far from Emberwell, in fact. It was something we were doing in the meantime on the way up to Juankari to help with the dwarves in their Fat Farsbog problem. But during this time, it brought us into the Living Green. The forest itself, it tore at us. The roots came alive. They grabbed and pulled and tried to rip us apart. The trees swayed and swung at us. It's like the entire forest was an entity of its own. We eventually gave up on that contract, but not before being forced to a small hut out in the woods. Kelleran volunteered to take point in investigating this hut. He went in, emerged some time later, and then a path was cleared before us. Ever since then, he's made reoccurring trips to this hut.
Lolo. You guys know better than to trust the Fae.
We simply follow Kelleran's orders. He trusted whatever was in there, who he calls his friend. And we trust him. As always.
Well, I guess he hasn't ever led us astray.
And he still has not, except for, well, tangling with your group.
Did you ever think it was a little weird? Kelleran's like view on fate.
Maybe. I always I thought of it as an idealistic point of view to sort of encourage heroism, so to speak. You know, the idea that we all have something to drive towards, some sort of greater destiny. It was motivational. That's what I always saw it as.
I thought it was stupid. I mean,
It worked for some. Look at Zestra. She always talks about her delusions of grandeur and such.
I don't think they're delusions. I mean, it was fate. It's the reason that I left you guys. And I found you again.
Suppose so. I like to think that our actions in this world have more impact than that. I personally don't believe that anything is predetermined. I believe that one small decision can change the course of every circumstance thereafter.
I hope
But
not.
I don't know what you mean by that. Virginia tilts her head. Would you care to elaborate?
One small decision. 300 lives. Doesn't
She
seem
looks
like
off.
something you would want to just be.
She's just kind of staring off towards the to the basin here, and I don't think everything that happens is the result of a decision. Some things happen because, well, I suppose it depends on how you look at it. There are creatures in this world that make decisions, and their decisions are far more reaching than our own. But somehow, I do believe that even these creatures are bound to some sort of reason or limit. Just somewhat predictable, but not entirely without the hand of some unforeseen force. It's tricky. I couldn't tell you definitively. I'm not a scholar. I'm not a wise person or anything of the like. I simply know what I've seen, and I know what inferences I've made from such decisions or such uh, implications. Kelleran, however, he is certain that things he does, especially now, have fate's backing. I don't know if I agree with that, but regardless, it most of the time has led us to the right direction.
I hope you're right. I hope that there are controls, there are boundaries that some things can't cross.
I do too. But the world says otherwise, I'm afraid.
And then I'll lay back and keep looking at the stars.
As we do that, it is a little over our time here, so we'll probably call it here, right at the 105, 106 mark. As appreciate everyone kind of hanging out there. But yep, it is late. Don't want to kind of keep anyone too much later, so we'll take the time there, and we'll pick right back up at the tower right there next week for our last session of the block, and we'll kind of pick up there, finish off whatever RP is left there, and then head off at the next destination. But at the end of the day, Resto was right. Didn't need a prep. I gotta, I gotta just wing this session.
And
But
session number
not a complaint.
247, still in Greymouth.
That wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. But no, I really enjoyed that session. Not to give anyone the wrong impression. But yeah, definitely didn't need a prep. It was fun. It was fun.
Honestly, I love role playing with you guys. This is a fucking blast.
Yeah.
Nessus is a liar. Didn't blow up the association this game. Pretty rough. Kind of cringe actually. But no, I did love that role play that entire game. It was a lot of fun. There was a lot of implications and nuance to a lot of that, which I'm excited to see how it carries. Oh, excuse me, carries over to future games, because that's the most important part, right? Like we can role play all we want, but if something happens in one session and we forget a next session what was relevant. But I don't think that's the case with this session. There's a lot of really pertinent stuff said. So yeah, looking forward to it. The next session.
Me too.
Oh, I am beat. I gotta run. Oh,
Yeah.
sugar.
Probably should as well.
Mhm.
Head
I have to
off
go
all
too.
those and